Graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung-on barrel. And out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
What's going on, everybody? Hopefully you're all having yourselves a fantastic day. Oh my gosh, the Philadelphia Phillies just keep on winning, and they keep coming back. It's every night in the ninth inning against the Washington Nationals. They did it 3 nights in a row. And now they have a brand new series, and they are going to be taking on the New York Mets. What we did in the last series, before we did our first game, we did a pre-series podcast, and we got District Nation to come on, and we got to hear more about what is going on from just a Washington Nationals perspective with what's going on with their team, and just try to get a feel for who the Phillies are facing. And we're going to be doing that with other content creators during the rest of baseball season. This time we got Pure Adrenaline Sports on, and we just dove right on into it. I mean, there was like no intro, there was nothing. But Pure Adrenaline Sports covers the New York Mets. He also covers the New York Jets, and he also does the Philadelphia Flyers as well. Please make sure that you guys give him a sub over to his channel. I am going to pin his YouTube channel down below in the live chat, so you just click on that and make sure that you guys subscribe to his channel. We got the Phillies versus the Mets this weekend, yes. And the one thing that I wanted to make sure that I stated is that at the time of this recording, because we had to do it last night, we obviously did not know that Carlos Mendoza was going to be fired. So, yes. So that ended up happening, and taking over for him is Andy Green. He is going to be the interim manager for the New York Mets for the rest of the season. It was just announced earlier today that Carlos Mendoza was relieved of his managerial duties, and Andy Green is going to be taken on over. So I hope that you guys enjoy this. Okay, like I said before, we just dove on into this. There was like no intro at all whatsoever. We were just talking last night, and then he just pressed the record button. And man, I'm really excited. I'm really excited to just see what you guys think, as both PAS and I get to chop it up with each other. With that being said, enjoy the show. I need to hear from you. What the heck is going on this season? Like, is this all a David Stearns thing? Like, I'll be honest with you. When I saw that the Mets were getting Bo Bichette and they stole him from us, and I saw the whole thing go down with Luis Robert Jr., and with them getting Marcus Semien, I know that they lost McNeil. I know that they lost Pete as well, and they lost Diaz. But then you get Freddie Peralta. I'm like, wow, this Mets team on paper is phenomenal.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know what's going on. Last night during the Cubs win last night at Citi Field, the Citi Field faithful were chanting Pete Alonso's name. Even though he's with Baltimore now, the fans were chanting for Pete Alonso. And this actually stems back to almost this time last year. In June of last year, the Mets were probably record-wise the best team in baseball, and ever since they are the worst team in baseball. I don't know if it's Stearns. Definitely Mendoza's part of the issue.
Yeah.
Mendoza is not a good manager. He's not a good. He might be a great players manager. There's no accountability for any of these guys. So I don't know. That's where on our topics here. I started off 9-19. Both our teams at the beginning of the season were 9-19, and ever since the Mets are 25-28, and the Phillies are 36-17 since that point. I don't know. Were the Phillies at 9-19 when they changed to Mattingly, or because what has been the big change since Mattingly has taken over the managerial spot?
They were 9-19 under Rob Thompson. That's where they were, and then after that, just like you said, that record right there, that's all under Don Mattingly. How come they haven't gone after Alex Cora?
Well, I don't know if they did. I don't know if they did or not. That I don't know. I know the Phillies when it happened. I know the Phillies were definitely interested. I don't know if the Mets actually did or not. But Cora's still getting paid from the Red Sox to sit at home the rest of the year. If he would have went to the Mets, they probably would have stuck him with that coaching staff,
right,
which he might not have wanted. Like if they did go after him, I don't. Would you want to go somewhere and manage and not have a say?
That's true.
On who's your bench coach or hitting
You're
coaches.
Right.
So,
Right.
But I don't know for a fact if the Mets actually went after Cora. Now they might in the offseason.
Sure.
Philadelphia, but if Philadelphia makes a run, is there any chance Mattingly gets the full-time job?
He said that he doesn't want to, but I will tell you, his son is the GM. It's I don't know. He gets to work with his son. I think that's pretty cool. But I think that when he says that he is done after the year, I think he means it. But it also wouldn't shock me because I don't know. Like this team has really looked so different with him at the head of the helm. I even tonight. I'm like they're gonna come back. Like watch, even with all the ugly plays that they had, and it was ugly baseball. The first hour, 45 minutes, it virtually made my eyes bleed. It was so bad. It was terrible. It was disgusting, and it looked like that they were playing like a little league team just because of all the errors that they were making, and for them to just string it all together like that, even if the Nationals bullpen is bad. To just come back 3 nights in a row against a team that is impressive,
and that doing that to a Nationals team, they've had their pitching issues all year long, but to lose 3 consecutive games like that to a team you're fighting in the standings with, I mean that's just got to be heartbreaking. Now they're a young enough team where they might be able to overcome it, but
yeah, no, for sure. But like you have to go through growing pains in order for you to get stronger. And I feel like for them, they have a nice young team, and I really like Butera as a manager, and I think that he's really good for the job. I think that he is definitely leading the young ones the way, and they're hitting the ball well, and they're playing great small ball. But this is something that they're going to have to work on. This is something that they're going to have to build. And if the building block is the offense, now the supplementary stuff is getting that bullpen arm. It's just figuring out how can we build around what we have. And that sort of leads me into my question to you is, like, if you're the Mets, do you even do anything at the trade deadline?
Well, already last night, they traded away David Peterson.
They did.
He was the longest tenured Met. He was going to be a free agent at the end of the year anyway, so they weren't going to bring him back either way. Now, they did get a nice third baseman / first baseman from the Cubs. He's in single A ball right now, so it's going to be a few years before he's ready. But yeah, I think if you're the Mets, We haven't heard much from Steve Cohen. You know, during the offseason, Steve Cohen can't stop tweeting about how good the team is. And when the results aren't there, he doesn't say a word. He doesn't show any support or, you know, put any pressure on the organization. He says nothing about Stearns, says nothing about Mendoza. A lot of Met fans are like, you know what? He's more worried about getting his casino built next to the ballpark, so he might not really care about the team. So I don't know. I know Stearns was the guy I wanted when the Mets were looking for uh, president of baseball operations or a GM, whatever you want to call him. And man, was I wrong? I don't know what the issue was out in Milwaukee where he was able to build such a good team. Maybe no pressure, so nobody really cares if you're winning or losing out in Milwaukee. But the Mets, he has not done a good job with the Mets. But I have a feeling that they're not good. That the owner's not going to get rid of him. It was the guy he waited years for to get. He's not going to trade. He's not going to get rid of him now. But enough hiring managers that do not have any experience.
Yeah. No, I agree.
I mean, go out and get somebody. I mean, we had Buck Showalter here a couple years ago. The man won 100 games.
Yep.
And one of the players didn't like him, so the Mets didn't bring him back.
It's just
how about getting rid of the player?
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Like I'm tired of players. And now the Mets got rid of Nimmo, Alonso, McNeil, all the fan favorites. There's really nothing. The Mets have called a couple of young guys up, Ewing and Benj, a couple of our young outfielders.
I was gonna ask you about Benj because Benj looks like he's a keeper.
Yeah, yep. Benj is really good. Now, what's weird is up until this series against Chicago, he's been very good defensively, but he had a bad series in the outfield for some reason this series. So hopefully he can get those things figured out. But yeah, I mean, the Mets got some nice young prospects, but first off, Met fans don't have the patience. When Steve Cohen bought the team, he talked about winning a World Series within the first couple seasons of owning the team. Well, we sniffed the National League Championship Series once, and we're not going to make the playoffs again this year. Getting ready to sell off some more pieces. They gave up two of their big prospects to get to Peralta. At the time, I was loving it. Where is Freddie Peralta that was getting Cy Young votes? Now, we kind of saw him for 5 2/3 innings tonight until the defense let him down. He gave up 3 runs, but all 3 were unearned because of errors by the defense again. So I don't know. I don't know. He's going to want a big contract. David Stearns doesn't seem to give out more than a 2-year deal to any pitcher. So I don't see Peralta sticking around either. So why not trade him, try to get a couple of those prospects back that you gave up?
Yeah.
But this series coming up against you guys, I mean, wait till you hear the 3 pitchers the Mets have going this weekend.
On ESPN, I was going to say on ESPN as of this recording, like they don't have anybody tomorrow.
Well, right now, let me see who I'm using to get my information. I am using CBS Sports.
Okay.
So right now, CBS Sports is saying tomorrow is Wheeler against Zach Thornton.
Yes.
So right now, Zach Thornton on the year is 0-1 with an 8.31 ERA.
Gosh.
Christian Scott, one of our good young guys that missed all of last year with Tommy John. He got injured earlier this year, but he's back on Saturday. He's 2-0 on the year with a 3.10 ERA, going up against Rangel. I don't know how to pronounce Rangel.
Yep.
Who's 0-0, but I don't know how many innings he's got, but he's got a 2.25 ERA.
Yeah, Allen just came up because Andrew Painter was pitching really, really bad, and so they decided to call up Allen Rangel instead. And he, in his first outing, actually looked pretty good. He did pretty good in this first outing, so I'm curious to see how he does on Saturday.
Yep. And then Sunday we have Tobias Myers, who's more of a bullpen piece,
Yep.
going up against Luzardo right now. It's telling me for the Phillies, so I don't know if that's true or not, but yeah,
That's
pitching matchups are not good. I would not be surprised if the Phillies are healthy. I could see the Phillies putting up 10 runs a ball game again against the Mets.
yeah. This is. I was just gonna ask you when you think about like where the rotation has been this year and what you thought that it was gonna be. Like, is Freddie Peralta, with how he's been, is he like the most disappointing starting pitcher that the Mets have had in the last 20 years?
Yeah, I don't go 20 years is a long time, but I mean, he had 18 wins last year, was getting Cy Young votes in Milwaukee, and we have not seen that version of Freddie Peralta. Now we knew he doesn't go many innings. He's only going to go 5 or 6 innings. But he hasn't even been doing that up until tonight, where he went 5 2/3. He's been going 4 2/3, not getting into the fifth. Barely getting into the 5th inning. He is 7th in the majors this year in walks. Like that is on Freddie Peralta like. So, and I think I wonder what other baseball fans and teams think of the Mets pitchers, because the Cubs came over and are willing to take a shot at Peterson. So now do the Cubs think, you know what, the Mets are doing something wrong with Peterson? We can figure it out. He was an all-star back in 2025. Let's see what we can do. We'll give up this low-level minor league prospect, and the Cubs need an arm anyway. They're going to Milwaukee.
Yeah,
with
for sure.
With 4 of their starting pitchers on the IL.
Yeah, we're still missing Matthew Boyd.
Boyd started tonight.
Oh yeah. I
Yeah.
forgot that he just came back tonight. You're right. You're right. Yeah,
So
it's crazy. I wanted to ask also just about when it comes to Zach Thornton, what has been like his biggest thing this year? Like what has been something that has just stood out to you about him this year, and why do you think that he's just not like throwing the ball well?
I don't know. I honestly, he's 0-1. I don't even remember. I cover every Met game on my channel, and I don't remember the game he started. So it could not have been very impressive. I do not pay close enough attention to the pitching prospects in the Mets minor league system. Like I know some of the hitting guys that are coming up, so I was excited when Ben and Ewing were coming up. We have Ryan Clifford, who's a first baseman, coming up. So our offense is going to be fine, but any of our pitchers, I do not do a good enough job of keeping track of what they're doing in the minors. The last guy I really paid attention to was Christian Scott. When the Mets called him up in 24, he was the last real guy I remember being excited about. But yeah, I think that stems back to, I forget what year it was. My favorite Met prospect was Scott Kazmir, and they traded him away for junk.
He was a Philly at one point, Scott Kazmir.
They traded him away for junk.
Yep.
And I was so heartbroken. It's unbelievable what this team does with pitching. Even when they do bring up some good guys, DeGrom, Harvey, Syndergaard.
Yeah.
The only guy still in the league is DeGrom. I don't know whatever happened to Syndergaard. I know he was trying to make a comeback this spring, but never panned out.
Yep.
Harvey was never the same after getting that loss in the World Series. So
yeah, no, that's
and the Mets and with Stearns, he goes out like you can't even get your hopes up for a free agent pitcher. The Mets aren't going to go. First off, they're not going to trade for Skubal. They're not going to be in on Skubal because they don't give out more than 2 or 3 year contracts. Skubal's not signing anywhere for a 2 or 3 year deal. I don't care how much money it is per year.
No. Yeah.
So
that's interesting to me. Your thoughts about So Christian Scott, I know that you said that he's coming back from the IL and he's going to be back on Saturday. I know that the last time that he pitched, he gave up the long ball 3 times, and he really struggled against the St. Louis Cardinals. But there have been times this year where he has kept you in games, and he's done well. So I guess just from a Phillies perspective, or like to just the Phillies fans, what can they expect from Christian Scott?
He's gonna come inside on you. He's not afraid to come in on a hitter, and he's gonna throw his fastball. He is not afraid to challenge anybody, which can get him in trouble. Like you said, he gave up the 3 home runs in the game. But once Clay Holmes went down, he was our best pitcher. Now, record wise, he wasn't getting the wins. He had a 0-0 record for the longest time this year, but he was keeping the Mets in every game. And then, of course, he got hurt after getting his first 2 wins. And the Phillies right now, when you go to face a hot team, right now it just seems like the Phillies can't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
So but you can go into a series like that. The Mets made the Marlins look foolish a few weeks ago, and then the Marlins go to DC and sweep the Nationals. So you never know what's gonna happen when it comes to baseball. That's why.
That's baseball.
Yep.
That's the crazy thing about baseball.
Yeah.
I want to shift sides a little bit, and I want to talk about the offense with you. Yeah, on paper wise,
offense. What's that? It's not good. I'm a Jets fan in the NFL. I'm a Mets fan in football. What is offense?
Oh my gosh, it's crazy. I just want to ask you though. Juan Soto this year has just been, offensively speaking, he's putting up really good numbers. He's been hitting the ball well this year. Obviously, he had those 2 homers against the Phillies, against Aaron Nola. It seems like everybody's hitting home runs off of Aaron Nola, but when he gets a hold of one, like he gets a hold of it, how would you describe this year what the Juan Soto experience has been? And with how things ended last year, are you disappointed with Juan Soto? Are you disappointed? Or how do you feel about how he's done so far this year as an individual?
First off, great question, because I was so hyped when they got Soto. Unbelievable. Now he put up great numbers in his first year. Most home runs he's ever hit in a season. But he's not and this year he's, like you said, having a great year. 17 home runs, batting 300. But he's not. A lot of people pitch around him. Like tonight, he had 3 walks, but he's not very clutch. He does not come through in a big spot ever. In the bottom of the 9th tonight, he led off the bottom of the 9th with the game tied at 3. Gary Cohen, the Met announcer, goes, Juan Soto has never hit a walk-off home run in his career. And
that's right, because the go-ahead home run that he hit against the Guardians in the playoffs, that was in the that was they were away. They weren't at home. I forgot about that. You're right.
So, and then he softly grounds out to second base. So it just he's not clutch. I mean, he's going to put up numbers. There's some people in my chat that call him Juan Solo because he's going to hit a ton of solo home runs.
Yep.
And he's going to bat 300. But what's weird is any of the batting 300, none of them are in big spots.
Right.
For a guy that's batting 300, it's going to hit 40 home runs and bat in 100 runs. I don't understand how none of them can come in a big spot.
Do you think that part of it, though, is because of who else is around him, like not able to get on base? Do you think that that's a part of the equation, too? Or do you think that it's all just on him?
No, that's part of it. Nobody getting on base. And when, the first 2 guys tonight, now we did come up in the 3rd inning with runners on 1st and 2nd, but they walked them. They kind of pitched around him to get to Mark Vientos, because they know Mark Vientos is going to swing at everything 30 feet off the plate. So, that's part of the problem. The Mets last year, at least you had Alonso hitting behind them, where if you walked Soto, well, Alonso could hit a grand slam any at bat, you know. But yeah, Vientos they did have Semien hitting behind him. He's now on the IL.
Yeah.
So there's just nobody else on this team right now that, even if they had a guy like Luis Robert Jr., who's been hurt all season, even if he was around, that would put a little pressure on the pitcher, not to necessarily pitcher. They're pitching, they'll walk him to load the bases not intentionally walk him, but they'll pitch around him to load the bases because they know the guy coming up next isn't gonna come through.
And I guess that leads me to this whole Bo Bichette thing, because obviously you guys didn't get Kyle Tucker.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the guy that the Mets were going after. And then you steal Bo Bichette. Well, I don't want to say steal, but you guys got Bo Bichette, and you were thinking to yourself, another guy in the infield that made it to the World Series, another guy that hit really, really well in the postseason last year, just like Marcus Semien, who obviously has World Series experience, and Juan Soto, and of course Lindor too. But how has this whole Bo Bichette experience been from just you watching it on a day-to-day basis?
Well, the first month and a half of the year was horrendous. Honestly, one of the worst players I have ever watched. And what's funny, I'd have to go back, and after last season, when the Mets missed the playoffs, I did a little video talking about who I wanted, as a free agent coming in. Bo Bichette was my number one guy I wanted. And when they said the Phillies, I thought it was almost a done deal with the Phillies. And I'm like, oh, no, not the guy I want, not going to the Phillies. Come on. And then Tucker signed with the Dodgers. And all of a sudden the Mets come out of nowhere to get Bichette, But since that point, Bo Bichette, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but over his last 20, 30 games, he's batting over 300. He's starting to look like Bo Bichette from Toronto. Just no power. Not that he was a big home run hitter in Toronto, but he could, pop 20, 25 home runs.
Sure.
But we're not seeing any of that. We're not seeing any of that. And he's playing third base. He's not a third baseman. So while Lindor was out, it was okay. I didn't mind seeing him at shortstop. But now that Lindor's back and Ronnie Mauricio is back for the Mets, they moved Bichette back to third base. Playing out of position. Now, if the Phillies would have signed him, where would he have played with you guys?
Over at third.
Oh, over at third. So he was playing third base no matter what.
He was going to play third base no matter what. Yep. Because they would not have moved Trey Turner. Actually, you know what? Maybe they would have moved Stott over to third and then had Bo at second. But I think that they would have probably put Bo over at third at first. So
now I do not follow the Phillies like you do, but when the Mets played the Phillies last weekend, is Bryson Stott that good defensively all the time?
Besides tonight, oh yes,
okay.
He is an all-star defensive second baseman. I'm sure you probably know. You have trauma from Chase Utley, I'm sure, and everything that.
Not only when he was with the Phillies, the Dodgers, Chase Utley found us no matter where he went.
I know, but does he kind of remind you a little bit of Chase Utley on defense? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he's just able to do. No, and I'll tell you this about Stott too. He is starting to really hit in the clutch now, which is just insane to me. He's been really working in the lab, and he is coming through with runners in scoring position. He's hitting the ball very well. And for a really long time, we asked him, because in 2022, what he was so good at was fouling off pitches and working up the pitch counts against whoever the opponent was. And then he would find ways to get on base. For the last sort of 2.5 years, we weren't getting that from Bryson Stott, and now we're getting that again. And that has been a big positive for the Philadelphia Phillies, because when he is coming through in the 9th inning and he is getting on base and he is also showing pop in the bat now, that sort of opens up things to a whole nother level too. So I got to say, I've been very impressed with how Bryson Stott has turned things around overall because he's been fantastic. So, but I wanted to also ask you because part of the problem too, like this year that I've noticed with the New York Mets, besides Lindor just not being healthy, there have been so many questions I've noticed just from Mets culture, just about his leadership and his lack of leadership. Is that something that concerns you?
Yes, that is what is weird. A couple years ago, when the Mets retired David Wright's number, there were rumblings coming out that Lindor, after the weekend that they retired Wright's number, that the Mets were going to announce Lindor as the new captain of the Mets. Well, the day after, it might have been it might have been before the ceremony for Wright, or might have been right after the ceremony. Steve Cohen comes out and says, as long as I'm owner, there will never be another captain on this team. And ever since, it's like Lindor could give, I don't blame him. Lindor, I don't, there's things that agitate. I don't know if as a baseball fan, last night, the Mets infield made 6 errors last night.
Yeah.
They're all smiling after they make the errors.
Oh my gosh, that doesn't fly in Philly.
The guy's taking strike 3. They'll turn around, say something to the umpire, smile as they go to the dugout. Part of that's on Mendoza. No leadership from the manager.
Absolutely.
Yep. So I don't get it. Lindor's just there are some guys. I listen to WFAN out of New York.
Yep.
There's some guys. There's a guy on there, Evan Roberts.
Evan and Tiki.
Yeah, Evan and Tiki. Yeah.
I like listening to Evan and Tiki.
Evan does a podcast.
Yep.
Funny enough, it's called the Rico Bronya. He calls it the Rico Bronya podcast. And because he barely played with the Mets. He was a Philly. Most people remember Rico Bronya as a Philly, but
of course.
Watching his podcast, it's just there's gotta be things we as fans, when things are going this bad. Once again, not just this season for the Mets, going back to this point last year, the Mets have the worst record in the sport, with the second highest payroll in the sport. And who's on the team? There's nobody on this team besides Juan Soto that is worth not to say $55 million is worth what he's getting paid, but there's nobody on this team at that high payroll. Like, at least the Phillies, look at all the players you have, and you don't have that high of a payroll.
Well, we've been angry with Trey Turner. That has been something that we've been so bad, or that we've been so mad at, because the guy's getting paid $300 million and he's having the worst year of his career. It is so bad. And just watching him defensively night in and night out over at shortstop, sounds like he should be on the Mets. It really does. It sounds like he should be on the Mets, because he would fit right on in, because he just, again, he backhands everything. When it comes to the choppers, he either gets the glove down too low or it's like way too high. And I have to say, like, I call his arm a noodle arm. I really do, because even tonight there was a ground ball that was hit back over towards the middle, and he actually made a really good stop at it. He got it into the glove, right on the ground, had the spin turn, and then he just threw it right into the ground. Right into the ground, over to first base. And I'm like, dude, what is going on? Like, it's unbelievable to me. So, but no, that's the only bad contract. I would also say Aaron Nola has been a bad contract too. He has not been good for the Philadelphia Phillies, and now he's a 5, and they paid him to be like a number 2, number 1. So that's been a bad contract too. But I will tell you, or I was going to ask you, I should say, Francisco Alvarez has had such an interesting career as a New York Met. I remember when I watched him playing in the minors for high A. And I thought, man, like this guy has power. This guy looks like that he could be a really good prospect for the New York Mets. And he, against the Blue Rocks, was just doing so well for the Renegades. Like he was doing really, really good. I just wanted to ask you, because he is now homered in 3 straight games. Is this the best version of Alvarez that you've seen, or do you think that this is just one of those spurts that he's having, and you need to see more from him offensively?
This is just a spurt. We've seen this from Alvarez before, and the problem has never been his offense. Most Met fans like his offense. The problem with Alvarez is behind the plate.
Yeah.
He tries to frame every pitch.
Yep.
He does not block any balls in the dirt because he's trying to frame every pitch. He can't throw runners out from second, or runners trying to go to second or third. So, but offensively, we've seen him get hot before, and now he'll cool off. He'll bat 100 over the next 10 days. He'll swing at pitches 3 feet outside. They'll just keep throwing him sliders outside. He'll keep swinging at them. And I mean, that's what Alvarez. And you're 100% right. When he was in the minors, he was the #1 prospect in the game.
Yeah, I remember that.
It has not.
I think I said the Hudson
out.
Valley Renegades. I apologize. I meant, of course, to say the Brooklyn Cyclones. I totally meant to do that. That was my bad.
But yeah, I mean, he was ranked the #1 prospect in baseball, and we have not seen anything near what should be a #1 prospect in baseball.
What's going on with Ronnie Mauricio? That was another guy that I saw too.
Back tonight. He's back tonight. He's a great switch hitter, great arm. If the Mets could somehow, not to say that they would, if the Mets could somehow get somebody to take Francisco Lindor, the Mets could play Ronnie Mauricio at shortstop every game. He's a switch hitter. He could lead off if you want him to. Got a cannon for an arm. Another young man that needs to learn to lay off of inside pitches. Some of these guys that come up from the minors are swinging at stuff where if you stood there in the box, the ball would literally hit you. And these guys are swinging at it.
That's crazy. Yeah.
So I don't.
It's unbelievable.
I don't know. Besides our young players, now you guys are more of a veteran team, not relying on so much on the young guys this year. Now you talked about Painter, but how about some young guys for you guys? You guys have anybody in the pipeline that might be a year or two away?
So they just called up Gabriel Rincones Jr. because Adolis Garcia went down with obviously the season-ending surgery that he had, which really sucked because he was starting to hit the ball better, and he had a gun out in right field. He was doing really well. So they called up Gabriel Rincones Jr., and he's been okay. Hasn't really been – I think he's still figuring out major league pitching. And Justin Crawford's been playing this year, and he started off the season hot, just has not been able to fully put it all together. He's a good defensive center fielder, and he definitely is fast. He is really quick, but the biggest complaint about the Phillies is that they've held on to these prospects for so long, and they never sold high. So when it came to Andrew Painter, and when it came to some of these guys like Adam Miller, I think, is still pretty high, but his stock has really gone down. The Phillies have never been a good team when it comes to just developing minor league players. That's just not something that they've done a really good job at. And so when you just think about all of that, the biggest complaint about them is that they should have traded Andrew Painter and that they should have traded some of these other prospects just to get them guys, to get them over the hump in 2023, to get them over the hump in 2024, against the New York Mets. And they've just held on to these guys, and now they're not panning out. And it's like at the point where we're calling up, Andrew Painter gets the job this year because Ranger Suarez walks away, and Andrew Painter last year had like over a 5 ERA.
Oh, wow.
in AAA. It wasn't a good ERA, but, he was just pitching really bad. And it wasn't like that he won the starting pitching position with competition. Like, he won it by default.
Oh, gotcha.
And he just wasn't – his command was just so off. His command was terrible. His best outing was his first outing against the Nationals, and that fastball has just not been good. So they have a guy in Gage Wood who has done a very good job of just performing down in the high A level. But he, again, like if you're trying to win now, which obviously it seems like that's what the Phillies are trying to do, you gotta mortgage the future, and you gotta try to do everything you can to win a World Series. You can't just build for the future. You gotta put in the chips. So you gotta go for it all. And I'm hoping that that's like what they do. Now, there have been rumors about Aroldis Chapman. There have been rumors about Tarek Skubal, and their bullpen could definitely use help. But, man, you have to take a risk. You have to go all in at the deadline. And that's been, like, the biggest thing about the Phillies is that they haven't been able to. Yeah, they did make a nice trade for Duran last year, and they made a good trade for Harrison Bader last year. But Ranger Suarez walks, Harrison Bader walks, and we're still looking for a right-handed bat, and that's been a big problem for year in and year out because the bats just go cold in October. And the Philly fans, when they see the same sort of deficiencies, it doesn't matter if they make it to the playoffs. What they care about is getting over that hump, which I'm sure that Mets fans obviously feel the same way because they have that blue-collar mentality too.
Yeah.
So it's, to answer your question, there really isn't anybody in the system that we feel great about. And
so do you think come the trade deadline, do you think that might hurt maybe being able to get, say, going out to get somebody like Skubal for the rest of the season or, another starting pitcher? Is that going to hurt the Phillies?
Well, they're going to have to resign him. I don't really know who they're going to have to obviously you're going to have to give up a lot to go get Tarek Skubal. But just imagine a rotation of Christopher Sanchez, Tarek Skubal, and Zach Wheeler as your number 3. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. And Luzardo as your 4. Like, that's a playoff rotation.
Yeah,
right there.
Absolutely.
So,
and speaking of Sanchez, earlier this year he went 50 and 2/3 innings.
Yes.
And now, not watching all the Phillies games. Out of those 50 innings, were there really any that were? I'm sure there were some that were stressful innings to say. I'm sure not all 50 and 2/3 innings were 1, 2, 3 innings. So during that stretch, how impressive was Sanchez during that stretch?
I've seen Roy Halladay pitch. I've seen Cliff Lee pitch. And with the 4 aces that they had in 2010 with Oswalt, also Blanton a part of that, and watching Cole Hamels, I've never seen a pitcher like Christopher Sanchez because this guy's journey, when you just even think about it, he was traded for Curtis Mead. And now the funny thing is that Curtis Mead homered off of him tonight, and Sanchez did not have a good outing. But just nobody, and not even the Phillies, knew what they were going to be getting out of that trade from the Tampa Bay Rays, and they found a diamond in the rough. He has just been nothing less than sensational. If it weren't for Miz and Shohei Ohtani having the historic years that they're having, he would be, like, by far the favorite to win Cy Young. He really would before this outing today. But during those innings, I honestly, because the Phillies were putting up a lot of runs for him, the only game that I would say that I had a little bit of fear in was the game against Cleveland because they ended up losing 1-0 and the offense gave you nothing in that game. But he went 8 innings, and he only gave up 4 hits, and he was just so locked in. That changeup, when it is on, that changeup is just like the best invention since bread and butter. I don't know where that came from. I don't know. But you know what?
That's getting clipped. I'm clipping that. Oh, man.
Yeah, but no, he overall this year just dominant, and you just watch his command. He has just 3 pitches: a fastball, a changeup, and the slider. And when that changeup is working, the batter knows when the changeup is coming, and they're prepared that the changeup is coming. But the way that it moves, it's not even always from 12 to 6. It goes even deeper than that. It really does. Like, sometimes they'll expect that the pitch, if it's going to be set low, that it's going to be towards the bottom tier of the zone, and it'll just go into the dirt and just take such a big angle. And it has so much bite to it, whereas if you're a hitter, you're just going to swing over top of it. And even if you think it's going to hit the bottom of the zone, it just goes lower than that. Or he'll throw it on the inside corner to lefties, and they just swing over top of it, or they swing underneath it, and they just don't know where it's going to be. And that's why his changeup, I would actually argue, it sometimes looks better than Scubell's does. It really does. Because especially like when you have to face him in the daylight and there's shadows out there, good freaking luck. Because that thing just moves. So overall, I've been super impressed with Christopher Sanchez. The fact that they got him and they locked him up for those 3 years was just a great move by Dave. I wish that they did the same thing with Ranger Suarez. But they weren't able to do it. And tonight he had a bad outing. That is 2 bad outings in his last 3 games. But, you know, I think that because of the historic run he was on, sometimes you just have bad outings, and I still expect him to bounce back.
So some of the series you guys, after facing us, you guys have, before the All-Star break, you guys have Pittsburgh, Kansas City, Cincinnati, and Detroit. So really, I mean, Pittsburgh's about a 500 team. Kansas City's a letdown. Cincinnati's been a letdown. Now Detroit's starting to come back a little bit, but I mean, you guys, if you guys can stay hot, I mean, right now 4 games behind the Braves. I mean, going in, you guys, unbelievable. Yeah. And honestly, before Mattingly took over, what were Philly fans' thoughts? Before, did Philly fans want Thompson gone?
Absolutely.
Okay.
1,000%.
So, I'm sure a lot of you, like us, like Met fans, wanted Cora, but then Cora decides not to go. They named Mattingly. Are you guys excited?
We thought that was a start, but there still needed to be more stuff done because, again, the Dave Dombrowski really did nothing to address the right-handed bat situation in the offseason, and we just had a bunch of what we thought platoon outfielders, and we got Nick Castellanos was on the team, and then they let him walk, and Adolis Garcia is now not playing right field. And even when they got him for like a $10 million contract, they thought like that was another Max Kepler signing where it's a low-risk, high-reward thing, but usually a lot of times those don't work out in the Phillies' favor. And then you just look at the contract of Trey Turner. You look at the contract of Aaron Nola. Guys just underperforming. It just felt like at the very beginning of the season, this was just a replica of what they were doing in the playoffs with the bats just going cold and just nothing was going their way. They're chasing after pitches. They're not playing small ball. They're not disciplined at the plate. And guys are just chasing. And oh, yeah. Chasing. You know? It's just, yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, bad. No, it was bad baseball. But to their credit, I think that they also didn't necessarily have a culture. And now it feels like to me that they have a backbone to them. And they're hitting better. This is the best that they've hit over the last week, all season long, by far. By far. They are putting the ball in play. It doesn't even matter. Like, they could be down 7-0 at this point, and I still trust them because they play every single strike. They were down to their final strike 2 nights in a row. And they put up, 8 runs in the first game in the 9th inning, all with 2 outs. All with 2 outs. Nobody on. Nobody on. And then last night, Schwarber comes on in the pinch hit, works up again a 12-pitch at bat, gets on with a walk, and then Derek Hill off the bench, a guy that was just traded after Adolis Garcia. It was announced that he was going to be out for the rest of the season. He comes on in, and nobody knew that he was going to hit a home run there because that wasn't it wasn't a blockbuster trade. You don't really know who Derek Hill is. I mean, he's been around the league for a little bit, and he's a good defensive player, but he's been a journeyman, really. But he's been phenomenal. He's been playing so well. And they just have this culture, and they have this ride or die mentality that is just like, it kind of reminds me a little bit of the Flyers. Like the Flyers just caught lightning in a bottle, and they just had this. Of course, like Vladar was doing really well, but when you see Porter Martone get called up, and you see the types of shots that he's taken, and you just see the energy that is in that building when they are just scratching and clawing against Pittsburgh and just even making their way into the playoffs. They had this sort of magic. They had this just unstoppable identity where they just felt like that they could just beat anybody. And that's how the Phillies are playing right now. It's just insane. And there's no sort of stat that really just shows why that it's happening right now. But it just is. And you saw the other day, like, Kyle Schwarber hits a 3-homer game. I'm sure that did not make you happy. And then Harper hits for the cycle. Almost hit it for 2 days in a row. Like, this team just has something going to them.
So, kind of not to compare the Phillies to my Mets, but that's the way it felt for us Met fans in 24.
2024. Yeah, I'm sure.
They just, no matter what they did, it was turning the gold. All kinds of comebacks that year. So
it's unbelievable. I did want to ask you, just going back to this whole Carson Bench thing, because as a fan aside, from afar, I really think that he has a great swing, and I think that he's going to be in the league for a while. Any sort of player comps that sort of stand out to you when it comes to thinking of Carson Bench?
I'm going to go old school here.
Go for it.
I'm going to go to a guy now, a little bit different position, because Bench can play all 3 outfield positions, but he mostly plays right field. But he kind of reminds me of, in the field especially, Lenny Dykstra. So not necessarily offensively, but yeah. Yep. Dykstra was on the Mets when I became a fan. Then he eventually went over to the Phillies.
Oh yes.
So, but yeah, Benj is that kind of guy. Like I said, this was a bad series defensively for him for some reason. I don't know why. Hopefully he can get that figured out. But yeah, I mean, defensively out in the field, he is all over the place. They will show some plays on balls hitting the gap where he will run 30, 40 yards and run a ball down.
It also just seems like that he doesn't give up on the at-bats. Like, even when they were down like 6-0 or whatever it was against the Phillies, like he still fought through. Like, I know that some people will say that, that was a garbage time home run, but I thought that he was locked in when he hit that opposite field home run.
And that's once the Mets were keeping him down about 6 or 7 in the lineup. Once the Mets moved him to the leadoff spot, he was batting 213. He's got the average up almost to 260 now. He's working counts. It'll be interesting what they see when Lindor's played one game since coming back. So it'll be interesting to see if they put Lindor back in the leadoff spot and move Benj down. But yeah, I mean that's Benj is a guy. Benj not Ewing's a little different because he's more of a speedster. Once he gets on base, he's going to steal a ton of bases. Not going to hit Ewing. Excuse me. Ewing's going to get on base a lot and steal bases, but not a home run guy. Not as good defensively as well, but he can run a ball that he can. What I've noticed about Ewing, not to change it from Benj, but Ewing will cut balls off in the gaps and hold base hits to singles. You know, a lot that's something that a lot of the times can go unnoticed. So,
Sure.
but Benj, yeah, Benj is going to be around for a long time. Can play all three outfield positions, if need be. So right now with the Mets, we're having Soto in left, Ewing in center, and Benj in right. I could see that being the Met outfield for the next 5 to 10 seasons.
That's good. That's interesting to that's really good to know.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that. I was also going to ask you the other thing that is sort of when I think about like the New York Mets and just how bad that they've been this year. You know, they got Luke Weaver, they got Devin Williams like during the offseason. Did you think that was going to boost the bullpen, or were you like heading on into this year? We knew that the bullpen was going to just be like.
Well, I like the Weaver signing. I did not like the Williams signing at all. I wanted Diaz back.
Yeah.
Now that hasn't worked out. Diaz has had some injury problems out there in LA. But you know, the Mets signed Williams, but wanted Diaz back. If that's the case, you got to sign Diaz first because you bring Williams in. What's Diaz supposed to think?
That's right.
So I was not a big fan of Williams. I was never a fan of Williams when he was in Milwaukee. He's really never been the same since Pete Alonso hit that home run against him in the playoffs in 2024. Now he's having an okay season this year, but not a dominant Devin Williams, top 5 closer in the game. But Weaver's been absolutely lights out. 20 consecutive games, no runs, 21 innings in those 20 games. So we got our own guy that's going. You had a starting pitcher do it. We have a reliever that's up to 21 consecutive innings. So, but dominant. I mean, Weaver is absolutely came in tonight, faced 2, 3, and 4 in the Cub lineup and struck them all out. Yeah, I mean, Weaver's a guy. If the Mets keep falling, if they get swept this weekend by Philly, and some other bad series coming up for the Mets have to go to Atlanta for 4 before the All-Star break.
Oh my gosh, good luck.
The Mets, if they're not going to start doing it now, they will definitely start trading pieces off. Weaver's a guy. Not that you're going to get a ton of value, not a ton of prospects in return, but you're going to get something. The Mets have a good bullpen aside from Williams, and the Mets will get, if they want to trade those pieces off to playoff teams, they'll be able to do that. And look for Williams, not Williams. Look for Weaver to be one of those guys, because the Mets, I don't know, for some reason the Mets gave Williams like a 3-year contract. The guy has not been good.
No.
Since 2024 playoffs, why are we giving him a 3-year deal?
Well, I mean, the other thing too is like you have to think about, okay, Freddie Peralta.
Mm-hmm.
You got to think about, all these Brewers guys, Tobias Myers,
Tobias Myers, right?
It's just an obsession with all these Brewers players.
And I actually getting the Peralta deal. I liked getting Myers back in that deal. Sure. I'm like, oh, that's a good relief pitcher.
Yeah,
guy that can start for you. And
sure.
He hasn't. Now he's getting a start this weekend, but he's not been good. So anything Stearns did this offseason has turned to
dust.
Turn to garbage. And once again, I said it earlier when we were recording. Last night, the Met fans chanting Pete Alonso's name. when they're down 10-5 in the ninth inning. I mean, come on. I mean, how do you let one of the all-time fan favorites walk over a couple $1,000,000? My goodness. So I don't know. I honestly don't know what the direction of the team's going to be. I still have now Mendoza's on the last year of his contract, but he's got an option year for 27. Now, whether we have baseball or not in 27, maybe we can touch on that a little bit. But if they pick up his option for next season, there might not be anybody. There might not be fans in that ballpark, even if there is a season.
That's crazy.
So
That's unbelievable.
I don't get it. I don't.
Part of me, see, you have to understand. Part of me, as a fan of the Phillies, is like, oh my gosh, like the Mets are bad, and like I mean, growing up, like I was, I did not like the Mets, but like also as a competitor, and I hate to be this way. People in my chat are not going to be happy when I say this. I kind of want the Mets to be good because I want to be able to beat like I like a rivalry.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like I really like a good rivalry, and that I really haven't been able to get that. And of course, the Braves are just at the top of the division. Like, come on.
Well, and Braves fans are the worst because they don't stop chirping when their team is good, and they go into hibernation when their team is bad.
Oh my gosh.
at least Mets and Philly fans, we keep showing up no matter
Yeah.
what our team is doing. So
That's true. I have to give you guys that. I do.
What's funny is you bring it up. You're talking about dislikes for the team. My chat thinks I don't know if it's because I've lived in Pennsylvania for so long now, but even growing up, when I was first becoming a sports fan, I never had the hatred for the Phillies as some fans do. I have more of a hatred for even though we never played them, the Yankees, of course, the Yankees,
Yes.
the Atlanta Braves. The Braves have always been good since I've been a kid. So it could be because just living here in Pennsylvania, most of my friends are Phillies fans. So I want to see if my team is not going to do good. Well, maybe your team, maybe your team could do good. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I don't know. One of my guys, I want to tonight when we were the Mets. It was a 0-0 game, and then all the errors happened again tonight. One of my guys in my chat, his name's Jason. He says the Mets are like a train wreck that never ends. It just keeps going.
Is this the worst season?
This is the worst. This is the worst. This is worse than '92, which was dubbed the worst team money could buy.
Yeah.
That team at this point of the season was 4 games under 500, where the Mets are 13 games under 500 at this point. I mean, not going stat for stat. I don't know, but record wise, this is the worst Met team I have ever seen. And it all starts with leadership for me. Stearns to me, even though I wanted him, I was glad that they waited to get him. Stearns is not a good GM. Mendoza is a horrible in-game manager. And I don't know who is going to come in, and I mean the Mets are going to be rebuilding. If there's a 2027, who's going to Juan Soto? Who's going to be on this team? Yeah. Nobody, because if there's who knows what the new contracts are going to look like. So I don't know. I think it's going to be a rough few seasons for the Mets.
I was going to ask you, have your thoughts changed about Steve Cohen too? Like, do you think that do you put accountability on him too?
Oh, absolutely. Now, not so much as he goes out and spends the money, second highest payroll in the sport, so he's willing to spend the money on players.
Yes.
But do not chirp all off season long about how good this baseball team is, and then when the fans aren't showing up to the stadium because your team is complete garbage on the field, and he's ridiculing the fans for not coming out to the stadium. Stop talking, dude. One of the things the Mets did, and I don't know if this made like other cities, like the Mets put their tickets on sale at the beginning of the year only up until July. Now, what are they going to do? Because they did at the beginning of the year, they didn't sell any of the August, September games. If this team is that bad and they start trading pieces off, there is literally going to be 1,000, 2,000 people in the stands.
It's crazy.
Unbelievable. I mean, there needs to be changes. Whether that's now, I understand not firing Stearns in season. I understand that, but there is no reason for Mendoza to still be coaching this team every day.
Yeah.
Some accountability needs to be held. You got rid of all his coaches after last year, after they completely collapsed, and now you're getting the same results. Well, what's the same? Who's the same person that's still there? It's Mendoza. I do not think he's a leader. I know, but I don't know who the answer is right now, because you're not going to pick your bench coach. Your bench coach isn't going to come in and
right.
Now, there's some Met fans that'll say, "Oh, well, give me Carlos Beltran." First off, the Mets aren't going to do that. He's got his Hall of Fame induction coming up this summer, so they're not going to screw up with that. Should maybe consider him for next year? No, I wouldn't consider him. You got to go out and get somebody that has managerial experience, whether that's Cora. I don't know if it's Cora or not. There's going to be a lot of teams in on Cora come off season, but the Mets are going to have a completely new coaching staff if there's a season next year.
That's crazy. That's it. It's just so wild for me to just think about all of that, because I did not expect the Mets to just be this bad heading on into the season. I actually said this a couple of times. I thought that the Mets won free agency. I really did. I really did. I thought that they won free agency when they got Luis Robert Jr., when they got Jorge Polanco, when they got like all of the Marcus Semien and just some good bullpen pieces, and they got rid of Helsley. I mean, like, I really thought that they had themselves a really good offseason, and just for them to just not be able to put it together, we've seen super teams and we've seen teams across sports that had great talent on paper and just not be able to figure it out. I don't ever remember a team that just had all this superstar talent that could just never put it together and just be at the bottom, like be at the absolute bottom of the league. I can't remember.
Oh, I don't know what to say. That's the problem. Like the only thing I hope for is games like tonight, where the Mets, they were down 3-0. Well, all of a sudden they got 2 runs right back in the bottom of the inning. Great. At least they're in the ball game. When they were playing the earlier games against the Cubs and against the weekend against the Phillies, the games were over. No offense. I don't want to criticize anybody that's watching my live streams, but we go from the top of the first inning to having 125 people in our live chat to the Mets giving up 5 runs, and I got 30 people the rest of the night.
That's crazy.
But I appreciate, it's not criticizing the people that are sticking around.
Of course, no, absolutely. No, yeah. I completely understand like where you're coming from.
But I completely understand. How do you think, how do those fans that aren't sticking around think I feel? Do you think I want to be, yes, I do want to be doing this, but I also want a team that's at least going to be competitive. I know you're going to be a bad team. Lose a ball game 4-3 in 10 innings. We had a great stream tonight. We had a ton of Cubs fans coming in being respectful. We had, my Met fans were all there tonight, and I had almost now your channel is absolutely going unbelievable right now.
Thank you.
At one point tonight, let me see. I always write my stats down. I had 349 people watching. during the game. I mean, we were having a great time, even though it was
It's
a
good though.
3-2 game. You know,
No.
back and forth. That's
Sure.
Sign me up for that every night instead of
Yes.
these 10-5, 10-2 losses.
My favorite thing is when when the Sixers were doing bad. This is just a side topic here. Like when the Sixers were doing bad, I would get people that were in my chat that were like, "Why are you so angry?" And then I'm like, yeah, okay. So like, you can say that because you don't watch this team on a night-to-night basis, and like you're the type of person that just turns the TV off,
right?
You know, and literally just moves on about your day. And of course, I signed up for this. Like, this is a part of like my contract. This is a part of our contract. You know, like we covered these teams, like no matter how bad they are or how great they are.
Oh,
but when they're just so bad, I had a comment one time that was like, you know what, like after how they played tonight, even though they just won by a point, like you should feel so happy that they ended up getting the win. They're like, why aren't you happy? And I'm like, well, yeah, no, like they just didn't lose 9 in a row. Like, nope, that didn't happen. You know, like, yeah.
And don't the people coming in here saying, you know, don't they realize how much the teams pay us to do these YouTube channels?
I know. It's just crazy.
Oh,
it's absolutely crazy. Before I let you go, I also did want to ask you to just the last thing that I will ask is, what are 3 things that you would like to see from the New York Mets as far as like reasonable goals go, like within the next month?
Play more competitive. One would be play more competitive baseball, like tonight. Yeah, now we know because of the injuries and because of our, you know, now trading Peterson, and just be competitive. Just that's all we're asking. We know it's going to be a bad year. Make it at least enjoyable to watch. I would like to see. I don't know if it's. I would still like to see some prospects brought up. The Mets have a young man, Ryan Clifford, down in the minor leagues who can play first base. This guy we have playing first base now, Mark Vientos. I don't care if somebody gives us a bag of half-eaten potato chips.
He always does so good against the Phillies, though. Like for whatever reason, he always does good against the Phillies. I can't understand it.
So at least if you bring up Clifford, he knows how to play first base. He's a first baseman. People are like, well, he's either going to hit a home run or strike out. Okay, well, we just let Pete Alonso walk. What did Pete Alonso do? He either hit a home run or struck out.
That's right. No, it's not. It's not common sense to these people. It's not.
I would like to see the Mets. A month. A month from now, we're talking trade deadline. Trade off some of these pieces. I don't know if bringing back some other maybe bad contracts. I don't know. I know like the Giants are going to want to trade some pieces. Do you go over to San Francisco and say, hey, we'll give you this for Willy Adames, you know, somebody that's still got like 5 years left on his deal, right. But bring in some guys that are going to be able to contribute to the team. Now, I like the Peterson trade because we got a prospect that can play first base or third base. If you want to bring up Ryan Clifford, you now have a guy back in the minor leagues that's going to be able to play first base if you want to bring up a guy like Ryan Clifford. So, you know, I don't know. I just want to see some competitive baseball. And I would still like to see, I know you asked for 3, but I would still like to see Mendoza, even though it's not 100% on Carlos Mendoza, the man needs to be replaced.
Do you want to see Peralta traded?
I personally want to see Peralta traded. I did not like giving up. We gave up Jet Williams and Sproat. I did not want to give up those 2 guys. If those 2 guys were going to go in a trade, it should have. Now the Mets are bad, so they're not going to be in on Scooble this year. But that's who those guys should have went for, that kind of prospect, that kind of pitcher.
Right.
Not a guy that doesn't average 6 innings per start. I know he was 18-6 and got Cy Young votes last year, but we need a guy that's going to go 6 or 7 innings and come up in a big, show up in a big spot and not. So, it's too late now. But try to trade him. You're not going to give him a big contract in the offseason anyway. So try to get it. I wouldn't mind taking a couple prospects since we gave up prospects for him. I wouldn't mind trying to get a couple prospects back. But yeah, if you're going to trade some relievers, either get a lower, get a different reliever back that's going to be able to contribute. I mean, I need to start seeing some other people on this team besides Brett Beatty and Mark Vientos and Francisco Alvarez. How many more? These guys have been on the team 3 or 4 seasons now. How much more time do we need to see them not come through? I don't get it.
I hear you. No, that makes a lot of sense.
So I do have a couple things for you before we go.
Perfect.
One thing is we have the All-Star game coming up. First off, you're closer to the city than I am. How is Philadelphia right now? Only 2.5 weeks away from the All-Star game.
They're fired up, man. I mean, obviously the World Cup's going on right now. And once that is done, I think that they're going to be like fully dedicated and they are really looking forward to this. I know I am.
Right.
I mean, oh my gosh. I'm so excited for All-Star Village. It's going to be so incredible. Watching the draft, being able to go there and just being able to just see everything that's going on and see all the former players and just that community of people. I am so thrilled. I'm so excited. And I'm going to the home run derby too.
Nice.
I definitely dropped a little bit for that, but I am really excited. I'm very stoked about it. And Philly fans are definitely really excited about it too. And it should be a lot of fun.
How about the celebrity softball game? You going to that?
I'm not going to the celebrity softball game. Who's in it?
I don't know. Oh man,
yeah,
I don't know. I know they have it every year at the All-Star, the host city, but I don't.
They do.
And half the time when I do watch it on TV, I don't know who half of these people are. If you're not somehow sports related, I don't know who you are. I'm sorry.
They gotta get us to play. They gotta do it. They gotta get us to play.
Man. That would be funny.
That would be funny.
Oh,
that would
man.
be great. Yeah, but I'm very excited.
Nice.
I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and it'll definitely, as far as content goes, I'm really, really excited with what I'm going to be able to see and just all the clips from all the homers and the interviews. Oh, it's going to be so awesome.
Yeah.
It's going to be great.
So that's got to be cool. Yeah. Thanks for reaching out. I mean, you're the one that reached out at the beginning of the week and said, you want to do this.
Yeah.
I get my team is bad. I get very moody. I'm like, I don't know if I want to keep doing this YouTube channel. This agitates me.
No. But see, here's the thing that people don't understand is that like when the going gets really rough, it really affects you as a content creator. It really tests your mental toughness, and people don't necessarily understand that. And that really is the truth. I mean, just from watching the 76ers like last year, there were times where I was doubting myself, and there were times where I'm like, how much longer can I put up with this? And obviously I still stayed committed, but it really does impact you. And people don't understand that because, they don't work it. Like when you're in this to win it and you just see how bad the team is and the numbers are down, it eats at you. It does.
Yeah. And I agree. What's weird being a Met fan, I'm a Flyer fan, and I cover Flyers games on the channel. And I'm like, last year they're out of the playoffs, so I'm like, baseball can't come quick enough. I need to start doing baseball games. Baseball finally starts. The Flyers start getting hot. I'm like, the Mets are on. I can't be doing my Flyer games. So I mixed in a couple Flyer games at the end of the year, but I'm like, really? I finally stopped covering the Flyers because baseball started, and now the Flyers are going to get hot, go on this magical run.
Right. No. Yeah. It's crazy. But no. Thank you for having me on, because I was doing this with District Nation earlier in the week, and I thought, Nick's Film School does something similar to this, like where they try to get people who cover like the opposing teams, and they always like it when the other creator gives insights on what is going on from the opponent's perspective. And obviously, like, just from being able to see it from afar, obviously, like, we know, like, it's terrible with everything that's going on with the New York Mets, but even just the insight that you've given us just about like what specifically it is that you're tired of, and what are some of the bright spots, like when it comes to watching Carson Bench, when it comes to watching other guys like AJ Ewing, and just the young guys, like how refreshing that is, and the bullpen being really good. But just to sort of get like a full perspective from just the other lens, the other shoes, it really is awesome to just be able to get that, because then it makes you think.
You and I, actually, as long as we've known each other now, you and I have talked about doing this, and it's just never worked out. Yep. So, yeah, one thing we will have in common the rest of the year, us Met fans will hope you guys beat the Atlanta Braves.
Yeah.
So honestly, I don't care who anybody is a fan of, until then when they start coming in my chat, the Braves will be playing somebody, and my Mets are playing, I don't know, the Marlins. Why are Braves fans in my chat talking crap about my baseball team? Go watch your team.
That's what was happening to me with the New York Knicks. I could not stand when New York Knicks fans were coming on into my chat, and even when they weren't playing against like the Knicks, it was so annoying. I was like, oh my gosh, like, are you guys okay? like do you guys need help? Like, are you okay?
Blink twice if you need help.
That's right.
So awesome stuff, JJ. Thank you so much for man. We're on 90 minutes of this.
It's crazy.
Thinking, I'm like, man, I'll talk to JJ. We'll go about a half hour, 40 minutes, and an hour and a half later, we're still laughing.
We just started recording, and we were just talking. We like literally no intro, nothing. We just fired away. It was awesome.
Yep. So, great stuff. Good luck to your Phillies. And I honestly mean this, because most Met fans do have a hatred for the Phillies. I do not. Good luck to your Phillies, because you're right. When the Mets and Phillies are both good, man, that's some exciting baseball. So hopefully my Mets can figure it around. One more thing. Yeah. I do want to know what your actual thoughts are of potential of baseball or no baseball in 2027. Where do you think that stands right now?
There's going to be a lockout. That really is the inevitable, and I'm scared. I'm scared because the sport has been gaining so much momentum, and it is, in my opinion, and from just looking at the viewership opinions, or sorry, just from looking at the numbers don't lie. Like, the sport has really done such a great job over these last 4 or 5 years. Like, ever since the pitch clock and all the other intricacies, cutting the fat off the bones, as I like to call it, when it comes to like the mound visits, the disengagements over at first, and just the 3-batter rule. Like, you would see so many different timeouts. If you were to go back and watch a game from 2019 or even just 2022, it's a completely different game. Like, the first inning could take an hour. It really could. Like, or like going on into like the 5th inning, there was just so much dead time, and then at bats could take just 22 minutes. And then you're just sitting there and you're just waiting every single 2 minutes, like after every single pitch. And then you see, oh, nope, they're going to disengage over at first. Okay. So you think the pitch is coming, and all of a sudden it's just, no, it was just really, really slow. It was dragging on, and the sport was gaining so much momentum. And for it to just go into this type of area, it's sad. It really is. And obviously, of course, do I think about it from a content perspective? Yes, 1,000%. I think about the people that are in our shoes, just like us, that are trying to make it. And that really is bad. Like that is horrible for us. But I also think about the other workers, the people that work in the concession stands, people that are the janitors, people that work in ticket sales, marketing. It sucks for them. It really is just scary. And that is the part that really just sticks out to me, is it's not just about the product, it's about all those jobs.
So yeah, not good, but we can only hope they can at least they're talking.
Yes.
At least they're like, I think they're far apart, but at least they are.
Yes.
So
yeah, no, I definitely agree, and that part definitely does make me happy. For sure.
So,
but anyhow, please tell my chat, obviously, like, where they can find you. Of course, I'm gonna have your links posted. But as far as your social medias go, and as far as your YouTube channel goes, where can they find you?
Yeah, Pure Adrenaline Sports on YouTube. I used to stream to other platforms. I don't do that anymore. We're just strictly YouTube now. It's the best platform to stream to. All the other platforms are more, video game, for video gamers and stuff like that. So it's really not worth. So on YouTube, I do have an X account, Pure Adrenaline 7 over there. I really don't post much over there though. So if you want to see us, it's all on YouTube now. So, nice. And I cover every Mets game during the baseball season. I cover baseball up until the Mets are done. We'll mix in some playoff games as well. I try not to, especially when it comes to you, come playoff time. I try not to compete against I won't cover any Phillies games unless it was unless it was the Mets for some reason. But yeah. But then come hockey season, I'll be back to Flyers coverage this year. We're actually getting 2 more games. We're going from 82 to 84 games in the NHL this year. So that'll be good. It's starting in September this year instead of October.
That's going to be great.
And yeah, we'll have some football content. I don't necessarily, I'm a Jets fan. People on JJ's channel, stop laughing. But I usually don't cover my team unless the Jets did not make a primetime game this year. They have been so bad for so long. I honestly hardly ever get to watch them. But I will mix in some other games depending on what we get here in northern PA. Usually we get the Steelers on CBS and the Eagles on Fox usually. So, but I'll cover some primetime games and stuff like that. But Penn State football as well. But yeah, same thing to you, JJ. Anybody that's going to be watching this video on the Pure Adrenaline channel, they know who you. I talk about you on my channel all the time. But yeah, go ahead and give out your information as well.
Yeah, so for me, I'm on TikTok. If you type in, it's at JJ Sports PBP 76. That is my TikTok account. As far as my Twitch goes, I'm on Twitch, and that's play-by-play with JJ over on Twitch, and same thing over on the YouTube side of things as well. On Twitter, it's JJ Sports. Yeah, it's at JJ Sports PBP 76 as well over there. And on Instagram, it's PBP with JJ. So nice. Those are all my socials. But man, thank you so much for doing this. Good luck to the New York Mets the rest of the way. I mean, and make sure that you sleep, but make sure that you obviously take care of yourself, because I know when the going gets bad, it is like, people don't understand. it is frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
It is so mentally wearing and tearing. It really does. It impacts you. So
Yes, it does. So thanks again, brother. Thanks for reaching out. I know we wanted to do this for a while. So
Yep.
good luck the rest of the way to your Phillies. And yeah, like I said, take down those Atlanta Braves.
sounds good.
All right, man. Thanks
so
again.
much. Yep. Once again, thank you so much to Pure Adrenaline Sports for coming on to just talk things up with me. Got a fun series tonight that starts with the Philadelphia Phillies and the New York Mets. Again, please make sure that you guys go subscribe to Pure Adrenaline Sports. I did pin his YouTube channel over at the top of my chat. So you just click on that and make sure that you guys go support him. Also, make sure that you guys go follow him on all the social media platforms as well. But yes, we're going to take about 30 minutes, and then we're just going to get things started, and we're going to do our pregame show. And I will see you all then. Thank you all so much. Make sure that you guys hit the thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel. And we'll be right back for what should be a very fun series for the Philadelphia Phillies as they take on the New York Mets. See you very, very soon.
graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung on, barreled out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
What's going on, my Philly freaks? Hopefully you're all doing well and having yourselves a very fantastic day. My name is Jason Joseph. This, of course, is Play-by-Play with JJ. Let me turn my audio down just a little bit. All right, hit the thumbs up button and make sure that you guys subscribe to the channel as well and turn on the notification bell icons too, and that way you will know when we do go live. Let's turn this down to this. Okay, how's that? That looks better. We can turn this up a little bit more. We'll turn it back over to the 52 marker. Okay. Yeah, that's better. How are we feeling today, chat? What is going on? First and foremost, okay, thank you all so much for those of you who did tune on into our pre-series podcast that we did with Pure Adrenaline Sports. Thank you so much for the support. I do apologize about the audio difficulties. There was a setting that I didn't have up right before right before we started pre-recording that I figured up. Well, got to do that the very next time. So I ended up fixing it along the way, and I did it when I ended up coming back home. But anyhow, yeah, that's how you live. That's how you learn. That's our second pre-series podcast that we did. We did one earlier this week with District Nation, who covers the Washington Nationals. Then we did one with Pure Adrenaline Sports, as he covers the New York Mets. And then our next one is going to be on Monday because the Phillies are taking on the Pittsburgh Pirates. So really looking forward to that collab with Dr. Delay. That's going to be a lot of fun. Yes. Okay. Also wanted to make sure I said thank you. I said thank you so much for all of you who've just been supporting this channel. It really means a lot. Last night we had 555 likes. That was by far the most that we've gotten during regulation during a regular season baseball game. Just incredible. We've gotten to the 500 some of the time, like during extra innings and obviously during the playoffs. But for us to be able to just do it during the regular season and for a 9-inning game, it's unbelievable. This team is playing so well, but you guys are showing up, and I really meant what I said last night when I said that you guys were my MVPs. Because you really are. You really are. I did not have an MVP for last night's game, but I just had you guys. Yeah, okay, so let's get down to business, and let's talk about the New York Mets. So the Phillies were incredible in that series against the Washington Nationals. They put up 15 runs in the ninth inning in all three games combined. And they're coming in red hot against the New York Mets, who just got swept by the Chicago Cubs. And so now they're back home, and they are hosting the Philadelphia Phillies. Tonight's pitching matchup, it's going to be Zach Thornton going up against Zach Wheeler. The Mets just really are in shambles. There's no other way to put it. And the Phillies are just on the complete opposite side of the spectrum. The Mets did fire their manager, Carlos Mendoza, today. And so Andy Green is now their interim manager. So he has taken over. He was their bench coach and also, of course, was a former player. But he is going to be the manager. And this will be the first day that he manages the New York Mets. And I know that Mets fans are very happy about getting rid of Carlos Mendoza because he just was not doing well as the manager. The team lost the message. He was a good players manager, but they needed a change in philosophy, and that's, of course, what ended up helping the Philadelphia Phillies when they promoted Don Mattingly as the interim manager and ended up getting rid of Rob Thompson. So I'm really curious to see how they look tonight under new management. And the Phillies, I know, are going to just go on into the series with all the confidence in the world because they deserve that. They're playing just with such poise. They're playing with such tenacity. And they just put fear into their opponent's eyes right now. Yes, while the Nationals bullpen is horrible, and I mean absolutely horrendous, for them to just come back, be down to their final strike 2 games in a row, and then for them to just take the lead on home runs in 3 nights in a row, it's just insane. There's never been a team that has done that. And the Phillies are just sort of in this rare territory where they just have this magic and they just have something going for them. And it's such a beauty to watch. And that's why we've been getting all these people on here. It's been so much fun because they are must-watch television. And I think Larry even said it last night, the Phillies right now are therapy. I mean, it's just unbelievable. It really is. So Zach Wheeler is going to be pitching tonight for the Philadelphia Phillies. Wheeler has a 7-1 record, a 2.11 ERA as well, and 69 strikeouts and 68 in the third of an inning. The last time that he pitched, it was against the Mets. He went 5 2/3. He did allow 2 earned runs. He also did give up 3 walks, but he did strike out 7. I thought that he was pitching fine for the most parts. The only thing that was bad was the Carson Bench home run, but he had so much run support. He was just getting so much help from this offense. Kyle Schwarber ended up hitting a 3-run home run. Edmundo Sosa had that RBI infield single. Bohm also had an RBI infield single as well. And the offense was just, they pretty much just said, I got your back. I got your back, Wheels. And so he got his 7th win of the season, and he ended up beating David Peterson, who is no longer a New York Met. But yeah, so we were talking, PAS and I, last night, and we talked about like what really is going on with the New York Mets and why they're just in such shambles. Is a leadership problem. And the one common theme that I really got out of just our whole conversation was that, yes, like leadership has been a part of the issue, of course, with Mendoza, and not only just his decision-making, but also when it comes to Francisco Lindor and Juan Soto, too. Juan Soto, even though he's had a really good year as far as hitting in the clutch, he just has not been able to do it. And there's just a lot of identity issues going on with this New York Mets team. That's really been the main point. They have problems with their starting pitching. Their bullpen's actually been really good overall. They've gotten some very good contributions from a lot of players out of that bullpen. They've been just doing an incredible job, including guys like Luke Weaver, who has just been sensational. His ERA is down to a 2.12 now, and he has 37 strikeouts. He has not allowed a run since April 30th. That's the type of stretch that he's on, sort of like Matt Strahm. He's only given up just 1 hit in the month of June, and he's been really solid for them out of the bullpen. So I am just hoping that the Philadelphia Phillies tonight just put up as much runs as they possibly can against Zach Thornton. They just called him up. They ended up just calling him up today, and he is going to be starting for them. And we'll see how things do go. But if the Phillies can just get to him early and take advantage of mistakes down the middle, I think that would be really awesome. He's only pitched in one game as a New York Met. He went 4 1/3 of an inning and struck out 3 batters, also allowed 2 walks, and so they called him up from Syracuse, and he is going to be getting the starting position for tonight's game. So, final score predictions. Please let me know down below, and also let me know who your MVPs are. My final score prediction for tonight is going to be, 1 second. I'm going to go with 7-1 Philadelphia. And my MVP for tonight's game, my most valuable player for tonight is going to be I'm going to go Brandon Marsh as my MVP. And my other impactful player, my other impactful guy that I'm going to have for tonight is Donnie Baseball. Relax. Yes, sir. Yes, that's cool. I just put some relax emojis in the membership community. So if you guys are a member, you should see that there is a relax emoji out there. So whenever I do say Donnie Baseball, that's what you post. That's what you post. Or if you're not a member, of course, just say relax. So, all right. Let's say hello to everybody that is here in the chat. Thomas is here. What's up, Thomas? Who is Andy Green? Says Mark. I know that he asked that during the little crossover that we did. But anyhow, Andy Green is the new manager. He's the interim manager, I should say, for the New York Mets. He took over for Carlos Mendoza. So thank you all so much again for those of you who did tune on in. That was a lot of fun, and I'm excited for when we get Dr. DeLay to come on. That's going to be really, really awesome. What else we got? The Mets GM had a goofy smirk on his face at the press conference earlier. I didn't even get to watch it. I did not even get to watch it, man. How could I? I've just had a very busy day. I stayed up, chat, until like 4 o'clock. I mean, we got this whole thing done. You know, when it came to talking to PAS and doing that whole pre-recorded segment, and then after that, I just edited shorts and I posted on the TikToks, posted on the Instagrams and all that sort of stuff. Because when this team is hot, we gotta work harder. That's just how it goes. When the team is going, we don't sleep. We really don't. So I slept in today, but anyhow, yeah. I'm gonna go 9-3 Phillies. Says Pat Ryan. Trey is my MVP. Yep, I said it. Trey Turner is the MVP. Love the sound of that. Yeah, I'm gonna go 5-3 Phillies, and MV3 is my MVP. Relax, baby. I got 8-2 Phillies. Woo. What's up, David? We got Gavin Lux in the chat. Gavin Lux, the player Gavin Lux. Just kidding, it's not the actual player. What's going on, Gavin? How you doing, man? Good to see you on here. Says, let's go Phillies. I mess with the streams. D-Boy, thank you so much for coming on here. By the way, Chad, if you could do me a solid and try to refrain yourself from cursing, I would really appreciate that. We do have kids that tune on in, and I do try to set a really good example for them. So if you could just refrain yourself from not cursing, I would really appreciate it. I know that other people in the community would also appreciate it as well. But yeah, no spoiling the game. I just put down the chat rules. Do not spoil the game. Try to refrain yourself from cursing. And also, the other thing too is don't be a jerk and don't spam the chat. Need to take the 9th inning approach into tonight's game, says Pat Ryan. Yeah, well, see, to me is as great as these comebacks have been, and as phenomenal as the Philadelphia Phillies have been playing, tonight is one of those nights where Zach Thornton is going to come on in to pitch, and the Mets are just really desperate for somebody to do well. I don't know. I want the New York Mets to feel more pressure. I want them to feel that anxiety. And I'll tell you this, like Mets fans, a lot of them aren't really feeling good heading on into the series. A lot of them are definitely scared about how the Philadelphia Phillies have been playing. And because they just played them last week and they're coming on into Citi Field, pound them. Pound them. Why not? Why not? Add on to the fire. That's my message. That's really how I feel. Before we get to tonight's starting lineups, of course, we got to do a toast. Okay. Wheeler's on the bump. Wheeler facing his former ball club. Go out there. Get yourself a win. Dominate on the bump. Bryce Harper, continue that magic. Kyle Schwarber, continue to walk, get on base, and do whatever you can to put this team in the position to succeed. Hopefully he gets number 30. Can you imagine number 30 for Kyle Schwarber tonight? Ho, 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 ho. I'm all for it, baby. Cheers. Look, I am. Yes, sir. All right. 1 second. One second. Let me make sure that I have this correct. I don't. All right. Give me 1 minute. 1 minute. I will be right back in just 1 minute, and then we'll get on into the starting lineups for tonight's game. All right? Just 1 minute. I will be right back. I promise. I usually don't do this, but I forgot to set up the live stream scene, so I want to make sure that I do that. So I will be right back in just 1 minute. I will see you very, very soon. All right, chat. It's time. All right, here's the Philadelphia Phillies starting lineup for tonight's game. It'll be Trey Turner batting leadoff. Kyle Schwarber's batting second. Bryce Harper hitting third. Then you got Al Bohm batting fourth. Fifth is Brandon Marsh playing out in right field. And then you got Derek Hill, he'll be batting sixth. Seventh is JT Realmuto. He is the catcher. Bryson Stott is batting eighth. He's playing over at second. And then you got Edmundo Sosa out in left field. He'll be batting in the 9 spots. So again, for the Philadelphia Phillies, it's Trey Turner batting leadoff. Schwarber second. Harper third. Boom fourth. Marsh fifth. Hill sixth. JT seventh. Eighth is Stott. And batting ninth is Sosa. Drop those Phillies emotes. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Yeah. All right. And for the New York Mets, the Mets will have Carson Bench batting leadoff, playing out in right field. And then you got Juan Soto batting second. He'll be out in left field. Bo Bichette is going to be the DH for today. And then it'll be Francisco Lindor batting fourth, playing over at shortstop. Jared Young is batting in the 5-hole. He's playing over at first. And then you got A.J. Ewing batting sixth, playing out in center field. Seventh is going to be Ronnie Mauricio, who's playing over at second base. And then you got Brett Beatty batting in the 8th spot, playing over at third. And Luis Torrens is going to be catching. He'll be batting in the 9 spots. So again, for the New York Mets, they're going to have Carson Bench batting leadoff, Juan Soto batting second, Bo Bichette batting third, Francisco Lindor fourth, Jared Young fifth, A.J. Ewing sixth, Ronnie Mauricio seventh, Brett Beatty eighth, and Luis Torrens will be batting in the ninth spot. And that is the lineup for the New York Mets. Their manager is Andy Green, and for the Philadelphia Phillies, their skipper is Don Mattingly. All right. The umpires for tonight. Gabe Morales is going to be the home plate umpire. Doug Eddings is over at first base. Mike Machlinski is over at second. And Emil Jimenez is going to be over at third base. The defense for the Mets, it'll be like this. It'll be on the bump, Zach Thornton. Catching, it's Luis Torrens. Over at first, it's Jared Young. At second, it's Ronnie Mauricio. At third, it's Brett Beatty. And at shortstop, it's Francisco Lindor. In the outfield, you got Juan Soto in left, A.J. Ewing in center, and Carson Bench is going to be playing out in right field. As far as the weather goes, it is 81 degrees out in Queens, and the wind is blowing at southwest at 8 miles per hour. The gusts are at 10 miles per hour, they say, over on the AccuWeather forecast. So that is what's going on out in New York. It is partly sunny, they say. And we are ready to get started with some baseball. More final score predictions, please let me know down below. And again, in case you're just tuning on in for the first time, hit the thumbs up button and hit that subscribe button as well. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell icons too. And that way you will know when we do go live. We reached 500 likes for the first time last night. Let's try to get to the 500 marker once again. On the pitch again is Zach Thornton. He's going to be starting for the New York Mets. Zach Thornton is on the hill. He just got called up last night, and he is on the hill. Thornton is, as far as things go, he's 24 years old. He has an 0-1 record and an 8.31 ERA in just one game as a major leaguer. He did go 4 1/3 in his last game, and he did strike out 3 batters. So he is going to be on the hill today. And the Mets are in their black and white uniforms. They got their black tops, and they got their white bottoms. That outing, by the way, came in May against the Washington Nationals. So we should be ready to get things started. Let's get the 3D up and running right now. And it's time for Phillies baseball. Good stuff. Good to see you all on here. All right. Pretty good crowd out at Citi Field. Phillies are in their gray tops, gray bottoms. And on the very first pitch, Turner's going to fly one out over towards left field. That's going to go back towards the track, and that's going to hit off the top of the wall. Turner's going to sprint over to second, and he slides in there safely. Turner starts the party off with a bang. One pitch, and it's a double by Trey Turner. And Kyle Schwarber is going to come on up. That was a mistake down the middle. It hit off the orange line out in left field. It was a line drive bullet. Let's go. Here comes Kyle Schwarber. Drop the king emojis. First pitch to Kyle. Down for a ball. A cutter at 86 miles per hour. And the Phillies again have a runner in scoring position. Charge! 1 ball, no strikes to Kyle Schwarber. The pitch, and that misses outside for ball 2. It's Forbidden Door weekend. Nice. It's good to see everybody on here. 2 balls, no strikes to Kyle Schwarber. And the 2-0 pitch. Here it comes. That's going to be lined out to right field for a base hit. Turner's going to be rounding third, and he's going to actually stay over at third base. Excuse me. I thought maybe he was going to come on home, but he's held up over at third. Carson Benj got over to that baseball, and Trey Turner just put the stop signs on over at third. I don't really know if he would have scored again. It's sometimes really tough to tell because they just cut angles, and you don't get to see a whole aerial view of the diamond. But regardless, there's runners over at the corners, and Bryce Harper's going to come on up to the plates. Here's Harper. Schwarber at first, Turner at third. The first pitch to Bryce Harper, and he fouls off a cutter. A lot of cutters thrown so far by Zach Thornton, and the count is 0-1. A double and a single to start off the ball game. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe. Harper in the last series against the Mets, of course, had a cycle on Saturday. Almost hit for the cycle again the very next day after that. He went 7 for 12. No balls, one strike in the 0-1 to Harper, and that's going to be grounded back up the middle for a base hit, and the Phillies are going to get on the board. Turner jogs on home. Schwarber stops at second. This offense continues to produce. Just another cutter right down the middle. And Harper's like, this is just batting practice. Here comes Bohm, 1-0 Philadelphia. Thornton gets set just below the letters, and the first pitch to Alec is down for ball one. I can't hear you, chat. George! Spoo's back. What's up, Spoo? By the way, thank you so much for the super chat last night. I don't think I thanked you, or I did thank you, as the 1-0 is down for ball two. But I did thank you, but I think that you left. But I just wanted to say thank you so much for the 10. I really appreciate that. So it's 2 balls, no strikes. Again, Trey Turner got on with a leadoff double on the very, very first pitch. And then Schwarber singled, and Harper got on with an RBI single. We have a timeout already taken on the bump. Just 8 pitches thrown, and it's a 1-0 ball game. And mind you, there's still nobody out here in the top of the first inning. So Bohm is up, and then you got Marsh in the on-deck circle, and Derek Hill is in the hole. Phillies have the highest batting average with runners in scoring position during the month of June. That's at .337, and that's throughout all of baseball. The Twins are number 2, Rockies are number 3, the Giants are number 4, and the Angels are number 5. Keep smashing that thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel. 2 balls, no strikes. Thornton looks back at second, and the pitch from the stretch, and Bohm fouls off another cutter. Is that like his only pitch? He's just throwing a lot of them tonight. We're at 129 likes already. 2 balls, 1 strike. The 2-1 pitch to Bohm, and that's down and inside. That time he went to a sinker. And the count is now 3-1. Lou with the 8 months. Thank you so much. I love you too, man. 3 balls, 1 strike to Alec Bohm. And the 3-1 pitch to Alec, and he's going to line one out over towards the left field line, and that is a foul ball. Not much room over there as far as foul ground goes, but it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Bohm this month with runners in scoring position is hitting .480. .480 with runners in scoring position, and he has 17 RBIs. That's phenomenal. The 3-2 pitch to Alec, and he fouls one off and stays alive. Cutters and sinkers in this at-bat to Alec Bohm. It's been a 6-pitch AB so far. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1-0 Philadelphia, out in Queens. The 3-2 pitch to Bohm, swing and a miss. That time he got a change up there, and it just went out of the zone like it was a magic trick. And there's one away. It was a good change up there. Ohm definitely swung over top of it, and it was placed really well because it just went a little bit below the knees. So almost like I probably should go after this. And now it's Brandon Marsh's turn. First pitch to Brandon, swing and a miss. Got a cutter that time, and his timing was off. Marsh does have 7 long balls this month, and he has 12 on the season in 76 games. Oh, well, it's 1 strike. Thornton looks back at first, now bats to second, and now bat to the plate, and the 0-1 is fouled away. Cutter's providing a little bit more movement. Before it was a little bit flat. Over Marsh's last 5 games, he's 9 for his last 21 with a hat trick of homers and half a dozen RBIs. No balls, 2 strikes. Thornton gets set, and he will deliver from the stretch. The 0-2 pitch. That's going to be lined down the first base line, but it's going to be a dive and stop, and taking it right over to the bag for out number 2 is Jared Young. Schwarber's going to go over to third. Harper's going to go over to second. Jared Young just made a really good diving stop down that first base line and just got his glove on that baseball and did a really good job at just taking away what could have been a 2-run double from Brandon Marsh. So a very good defensive play, and he timed it very, very well. The good news, though, is that there's 2 runners now in scoring position. The bad news is that there's 2 outs. Derek Hill is up, and his first pitch is a fastball right down Broad Street for strike 1. This feels like deja vu. Okay. It's a good song by Olivia Rodrigo. But I hear you. No balls, 1 strike. No balls, 1 strike to Hill. And the next pitch, that'll be chopped foul over towards the third base side. Again, if you're just coming on in, let me know what your final score predictions are down below and who your MVPs are for this game. No balls and 2 strikes. 1-0 Phillies. Top of the first. Schwarber's at third. Harper's at second. And the 0-2 pitch to Derek Hill. Swing and a miss on a cutter that was in the dirt. And the inning is over. The good news is that the Phillies do get a run on an RBI single by Bryce Harper. We go to the bottom of the first. Benj, Soto, and Bichette are due on up to bat for New York. And here's the rest of their lineup. So they will have Carson Benj batting leadoff, as we mentioned. Juan Soto batting second. Bo Bichette batting third. And after that, it'll be Francisco Lindor fourth. He's playing over at short. Jared Young, who made that excellent diving stop over at first, ends up batting fifth today. A.J. Ewing is batting sixth. Then you got Ronnie Mauricio playing over at second base. He'll be batting seventh. Brett Beatty's playing over at third. He's batting eighth. And Luis Torrens is the caboose. He is batting in the 9th spot, and he is the catcher. No Francisco Alvarez today. Also, Marcus Semien is on the IL. So they put, again, Ronnie Mauricio, who they just activated. He is playing over at second base. Once again, it's Benj, Soto, Bo, Lindor, Young, Ewing, Mauricio, Beatty, and Torrens. And the guy that's pitching for the Philadelphia Phillies, he's pretty good. His name is Zach Wheeler. I don't know if you've ever heard of him before, but he's pretty good. 5 2/3 in his last game, 2 earned runs, 1 homer, 3 walks, and 7 strikeouts. Also did get himself a win. He's 7-1 on the season. His ERA is at a 2.11. Before his last outing, it was actually at a 2.01. But he's still doing very well. He's 36 years old now, 6 feet 4 inches tall, 195 pounds. And this is going to be his 295th career start. So, and he is ready to go out there and pitch the bottom of the first inning. 68 1/3 of an inning under his belt so far in 2026. 69 strikeouts, 18 walks allowed, and 16 runs given up as well on 42 hits. Here's Carson Benj, the left-handed hitter. He'll be stepping on into the batter's box right now. Benj did homer against Zach Wheeler in the last game, which was on Saturday. Wheeler will get set at the Phillies letters, and he kicks and he fires. And the pitch is outside, not by much. At 96 miles per hour, it was a four-seamer. So start number 12 in 2026 for number 45. A 1-0 pitch. That fastball misses just a little bit inside for ball 2. Don't forget to like and don't forget to subscribe to the channel as well. The 2-0 pitch to Carson Benj, and that's a cutter right down Broad Street for strike 1. Apparently he throws a cutter, a fastball, a sweeper, and a sinker. Must not feel comfortable throwing those pitches, I guess so. In the very beginning, you're right. The 2-1 pitch, and that fastball is painted perfectly on the edge for strike 2, inside edge. Two balls and 2 strikes in the bottom of the first. Wheeler kicks and fires, swinging a line drive back up the middle for a base hit. Took advantage of a curveball on the outside corner. And Carson Benj, he's been hitting really well in the leadoff spot for the New York Mets, and he gets on for New York to start off the bottom of the first. Curveball just didn't get down far enough. And now it's Juan Soto who's going to come on up to the plate. Soto had those 2 homers against Aaron Nola on Thursday night's game. And the first pitch is fouled away. Other than that, though, he really didn't do much on Saturday and Sunday. 0-1 is the count. The 0-1 pitch. And Soto fouls it away towards the left side. Phillies defense for tonight. It'll be JT catching. Wheeler on the bump. Over at first base, it's Bryce Harper. At second, it's Bryson Stott. At third, it's Alec Boehm. And at short, of course, it's Trey Turner. 0-2 pitch, and Soto's going to fly one out over towards deep right center field. That ball's going to go back towards the track, and that ball is caught by Derek Hill. He leaped up. He made the catch. I didn't even think he was going to catch that. Derek Hill with the catch of his life. He leaped up over that right center field wall and took away a home run from Juan Soto. Do you believe your eyes? Gosh. We talked about the diving stop by Jared Young over at first. Now, we timed that perfectly. If he was just one more step late, that would have been a home run. The pitch, and that's a foul ball. Go watch that highlight whenever you can. That may have just been catch of the year. No balls and 1 strike to Bo Bichette. The 0-1 delivery, swing and a miss. I mean, for him to just be able to track that down towards that right center field alleyway and just jump up, catch it right before it hit that little brick wall out in right center field. Unbelievable. The 0-2 pitch to Bo Bichette, and that is down and away for a ball. One ball, 2 strikes, bottom of the first, and 1 out. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. Bo is still up, and the 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. And Zach Wheeler gets himself a strikeout. And there's out number 2. Derek Hill was worth an emote. The more members we get, the more emotes we get. So I'm running out of them. Soto got robbed on a homer by Derek Hill, and Bo Bichette just struck out. 2 away. Here's Lindor. Benj is still over at first. The pitch, and a cutter taken right down the middle for strike 1. Johnny says you're behind. I can't help it, man. It is what it is. I'm behind on what? The 3D, or I'm behind you? Like, you got to be specific. The 0-1 pitch, and that is a foul ball that goes on out of play. Lindor is hitting .247 against the Phillies with 9 homers and 35 RBIs. Just the type of impact that this guy has made ever since he came here. It's a lot more than what I would say a lot of people expected as far as fans go. The 0-2, and that's a pie and away for a ball. I mean, 2 nights in a row, he hits a homer in the 9th inning, right? And then he just robs Juan Soto on a home run after that. 1-2 pitch, and that is down and inside for ball 2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Wheeler gets set, kicks, fires, and that ball is going to be chopped foul. And Ben has to go back over to first base. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe, and turn on the bell icons too. The 2-2 pitch, and that's another foul ball. Seema's here. I haven't seen you on forever. How have you been? JC, what's going on? What's up, JC? Oh, dude, I'm so happy to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. We got to catch up soon, dude. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs, bottom of the first. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. The 2-2 pitch. And that's up high and outside for ball 3. Phillies took the lead in the top of the first on an RBI single by Bryce Harper. The 3-2 pitch, here it comes. And the cutter is flied out over towards left center field. And Derek Hill backpedals. This is a much easier catch for him to make, and he will absolutely catch it in front of the warning track for out number 3. But what an incredible defensive play by Derek Hill to rob Juan Soto on a 2-run homer, acting like he's Spider-Man out in center field. And time for us to go to the second. All right, chat. Y'all know what time it is. Where are we tuning on in from tonight? Let us know down below. It's time to give the Philly faithful some shout-outs. Absolutely it is. Where are we on this lovely Friday night? What's up, Rick? How you doing, man? Good to see you on here. Very, very good to see you. Doing good, JJ. Thanks. Been on a long vacation. Haven't been chatting much. Where's the vacation? I gotta know. Let me know down below. Let's go, baby. David from Cranford. What's up, David? Give me a fist bump. I went from angry to happy instantly. I mean, how can you even be angry with what this team has done over the last 3 games? I mean, I'm pretty ecstatic. I don't know about you. We got Spring Hill, Tennessee. We got Des Moines, Iowa. Yes, sir. Chris is here. God's here from Iowa. Or, sorry, from Ohio. That's totally different. Monroe, Ohio, says Shane. St. Augustine, Florida, says Spoo. Atlanta, says Philly Heem. We got North Central Missouri. What's going on, Deb? What's up, Marianne? How you doing from Morrisville? Audubon, PA, says Pat. What's going on? We got Virginia in the chat. John's here. We got Mexico, South Jersey, DC, Tempo tuning on in from Mexico. Nice. Oh, he said they said he's leaving for Mexico on Sunday, but that's awesome too. North Myrtle Beach says, Jade says, my guy. Oh, that's Sema Fox. Okay, that's so cool. Here's the first pitch to JT, and that's taken down for a ball. We got Burks in the chat. What's up, Dave? How you doing? We'll do some more shout-outs when we go to the bottom of the second. 1-0 pitch, grounded over towards shortstop, hit over towards the hole. Lindor fires a strike over to first base, and that's in plenty of time for out number 1. So a ground out over to shorts. Nice. We'll do some more shout-outs. I promise I will get to more of these. My gosh. Whoever did subscribe to the channel, please make sure that you let me know who you are down below, and I will make sure that I give you a shout-out. Callie, wasn't it just your birthday the other day? And now it's your mom's birthday. Happy birthday to her. Shout out to Callie's mom. The pitch, that's going to be taken for a strike to Bryson Stotts. The 0-1 and the sinker down the hatch for strike 2. At 94 miles per hour. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, top of the second. 1-0 Philadelphia on an RBI single by Harper. The 0-2 to Stott, swing and a miss. Thought maybe it was a foul tip out of the glove. Stott was like, didn't I just foul tip it? No, you did not, he says. Gabriel Morales. So it was just a strikeout. Nothing but air. Chased on after an off-speed pitch. And there's 2 away. So Thornton has retired the last 5 batters that he has faced. Starting to feel better about himself. And here's Edmundo Sosa. And on Sosa's first pitch, he'll take a called strike. It's a cutter on the upper third of the zone towards the inside edge. The 0-1 pitch. And there's a swing and a miss. JT is not MLB caliber. That's like got to be like the biggest rage bait comment I've ever seen. No balls, 2 strikes. The 0-2 pitch, and that is down for a ball. Not MLB caliber. Nice try. The 1-2 pitch. Here comes to Sosa. Line drive, and that's a leaping catch made by Francisco Lindor. We're going to go to the bottom of the second inning. It's still a 1-0 lead for the Fightins. More shout-outs. Let's go! All right, where else are we tuning on in from? Dancing in the living room, says Haley. Shout out to you. You're back from Wildwood. Nice. Lou from Northwest Philly. Brian from Nevada. Tim from Albany. What's up, Tim? What's up, Dave? Give me a knuckle touch. High fives to everybody. If I didn't say your name, give me a high five. Because I will try to catch up. We got Boots tuning on in from Hobart, Tasmania. High five to you, Boots. Howard from Tampa. James from Illinois. What's going on, Jay? How you doing, man? Hopefully Tipka's doing well. Good Lord, I don't like the Mets. We got Reading, Pennsylvania, says Craig. Shout out to Craig. Let's go. Lawton, Oklahoma. I'm still in Winston, North Carolina, says Tony. Sri Lanka says opinionated one. Nice. Good stuff, chat. Really good stuff. Very good to see everybody on here. Yes, it is. All right. Let's try to fill up this canteen right now. Gonna definitely need a lot of water today. I'm sure. All right, it's a 1-0 lead. We're going to go to the bottom of the second inning out in Queens. Yes, we are. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel as well. And please make sure that you guys turn on the bell icons too. So up next, it's going to be Jared Young. And the first pitch will be in there for strike one. Right down the middle. Donnie Baseball. No balls, 1 strike. Bottom of the second. 1-0 Philadelphia. The pitch. And that is a foul ball. Love it. I don't even have to say anything. That's just like a roll call response. The 0-2 pitch, here it comes, and that is a curveball that is in the dirt for a ball. And the count is now 1-2. Folks, not only do we just cover the Phillies on here, we do other Major League Baseball games as well, and we also do the Eagles and the Sixers, so if you guys enjoyed those, I would encourage you guys to go check that out. 1-2 pitch, and that is popped up out over towards shallow right field. Marsh is called off by Bryson Stott, and the catch is going to be made, and there is out number 1. When I say Donnie Baseball, you guys say relax, and if you're a member, you should see a relax emoji right there. 1 out, bottom of the second. A.J. Ewing is up, and here's the pitch, and that is outside for a ball. Also, make sure that you guys go check out Diamond Zone. Diamond Zone is like it's like NFL Red Zone, but it's for Major League Baseball. 1-0 pitch, and that is outside for ball 2. So, don't miss any pitch. Don't miss any home run. Don't miss anything. Because on Diamond Zone, we sometimes call 7 different games at once. And it's really good to follow along if you were like into the league. It's really easy to follow along. I definitely encourage you guys to go check that out. 2-0 pitch. Ground ball basted out to right field. And so there's a 1-out single by A.J. Ewing. And he gets on here in the bottom of the second inning. That one right down the middle. And it just got right on by Bryson Stott. They played him the pole, and he just could not get to it. One out, bottom of the second. The next pitch, swing and a miss. Mauricio chases after the four-seamer. No balls, 1 strike to Ronnie Mauricio, hitting just .216 this season. And the pitch is inside, and JT stood up, but the runner at first, Ewing, decided not to advance over to second. We were so far 1 in the third, 2 hits, no runs, no walks, and 1 strikeout. The 1-1 pitch, and a curveball that swung on and missed. It was in the dirt, and Mauricio got fooled. Ronnie is 25 years old. He's been in the big league since 2023. One ball, 2 strikes. The toss back over to first, and the runner's going to go, and now he's going to be caught into a rundown. Here's the throw over towards first base, and Turner threw it low, and Harper couldn't dig it out. And just like that, safe over at second base is A.J. Ewing. I mean, he was caught into a rundown. Turner caught it and then just threw it low. He just threw it right over to the dirt, and Harper just couldn't dig it out. and then it went off of Harper's glove. It was then caught by Turner, and then he hesitated to throw it over to second and wasn't even able to do so. So now they got to get an extra out here. And not only that, but the runner from first got over to second. And now Ewing's going to advance over to third as the pitch is grounded over towards Bryson Stott's way. And the throw to first is in plenty of time. Every night, there's just always something going on defensively at that shortstop position. Thank you for getting rid of that comment. Thank you so much. The pitch. Fly ball hit out over towards left field, and the catch is going to be made by Edmundo Sosa for out number 3. So at least the inning is over. Brett Beatty is the one who flied out over to left field. But regardless, it's still a 1-0 ball game. Philadelphia leads it, and we're going to go to the third inning. Thanks, Mods, for doing that, whoever that was. I don't know if that was Haley or PJ, but thank you so much. I was ready to get on that for sure. Oh, boy. Manley is sure playing Hill at the right times and in the right positions in the outfield. It's a sound writing one, yeah. He's been doing great. He's been doing absolutely fantastic. We got 434 people already tuning on into this. Are you kidding me? We're at 206 likes. Unbelievable. And again, I know that we came on earlier to do our pre-series show with Pure Adrenaline Sports, which was really awesome. Again, make sure that you guys go check him out. He covers the New York Mets. We'll be sure to stop by during the series, and we'll say hi to him, of course. Oh, my gosh. All right, time to go to the top of the third inning. Trey Turner will lead things off for Philadelphia. Started off the ball game with a double on the very, very first pitch. And then it'll be Schwarber and Harper that are due up next after Trey Turner. Chat, were you guys able to go to bed last night? How's your sleep been? Because my sleep, I mean, again, I've just been cutting a lot of stuff. The pitch to Trey Turner. That misses down for a ball. Turner doubled in the first. Also scored a run. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and Turner's going to ground the cutter over towards third base plate on the hop. The throw over to first, and it's not dug out by Young, and Trey Turner safe. The throw by Beatty over at third was low. One thing that PAS did mention is that Brett Beatty does struggle over at third base defensively. But Trey Turner gets on, and let's see if this could help Philadelphia right here as Kyle Schwarber comes on up to the plates. Charge! Charge! So now it's Schwarber who comes on up. And the first pitch to Kyle Schwarber, down in the way for a ball. Thornton went with the sweeper there. So that is ruled. They haven't actually ruled it just yet, so we'll let you know when they do. It's either going to be an infield single or an error. 1-0 pitch. That's down in the way for ball 2. I don't know about sleep, but I required heart surgery a few weeks ago. Actually, or just from, the Phillies. 2-0 pitch to Kyle, swing and a miss. All sweepers thrown to Kyle Schwarber. Jeff with the 5. Thank you so much. 2 balls, 1 strike, and the 2-1 pitch to Schwarber is down and away again for ball 3. If I drank, I'd say hold my beer, because I think we have another W a-coming. Love that. Thank you so much for the 5, my friend. You are the man. 3 balls, 1 strike. 2 seconds left on the pitch clock. And the toss back over to first, and Turner dives back in there safely. By the time that thing was even caught, Turner just got his right hand in there. I was exhausted last night. Turned on the movie Reign of Fire and passed out after about 30 minutes. Next pitch to Schwarber. That was down, but Schwarber definitely showed his swing. And the count is now full. Again, went back to the off-speed pitch. Three balls, 2 strikes to Kyle Schwarber. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Downstairs again for ball 4. And Bryce Harper is going to come on up next for Philadelphia. They're showing a replay of Harper's Oppo Taco from last night to give the Phillies the lead in the 9th inning. Holding up his ring finger, of course, he wanted to make sure that he made that clear. 2 runners on, nobody out. Harper did have the RBI single to get the Phillies on the board. The first pitch to Harper, and that pitch is low for a ball. Thornton was throwing a lot of cutters and sinkers in that first inning, and now he's starting to throw more sweepers here in this 3rd inning. 1 ball, no strikes. Thornton gets set. And the 1-0 pitch is down and away again. That time it was a sinker, and it was not even close. Trey's over at second. Schwarber's over at first. And there's nobody out. Harper with a 2-0 count. The 2-0 to Bryce Harper. And that ball is lifted out over towards deep right field. It's going to go back towards the track, but it'll stay in the yard. And so the catch is made. Turner tags up from second, goes over to third. It's a productive out nonetheless, but he just got a little bit underneath that pitch. Harper shakes his head and goes back to the dugout. He's like, dang, I knew I just missed it. And not by much. So, by the way, how Turner got aboard, they did rule it as an E5. They called it a throwing error by Brett Beatty. It's Alec Boehm who's up to bat. The pitch to Boehm. That'll be caught on the inside corner for a called strike at the knees. Thornton's pitch count already is at 40. And 2 1/3. Schwarber's at first. Turner's 90 feet away from scoring. And the 0-1 grounded back, or lined back over to first, and the tag back over to first is in plenty of time. I thought maybe it was hit on the ground first, and it took a hop over towards Jared Young's way, but no, he caught it. They ruled it as a catch. Schwarber was off the bag, and he just dove back over to first, Jared Young, and doubled up Kyle Schwarber. And an unlucky bounce there for the Philadelphia Phillies, and the inning comes to an end. A double play that Boehm lines on into, and we go to the bottom of the 3rd. That's frustrating. Or that's too bad, I should say. All right, we're going to go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Still a 1-0 lead for the Philadelphia Phillies. Miz just threw a pitch on the 3rd pitch of the game. On the 3rd pitch of the game, his pitch that he threw was 105.5 miles per hour. I mean, this guy is just unstoppable. 105.5 miles per hour. He's just doing this He's setting new records every single day. Every single time he's out there. Man. It's going to be one of those games, says Braxton. This team keeps you on your feet. They really do. That's what they do. 105.5 miles per hour. I mean, is Miz even human, chat? Is he even human? The clouds look so nice out in Queens. So we start off the bottom of the third and the pitch, and that's going to be in there for a called strike. No balls, one strike. The 0-1 pitch, and that is outside for a ball. I hear you. I hear you guys. But just to be able to see that, it's just like, wow. The 1-1 pitch. And that's in there for strike 2. Right at the knees on the inside corner. I was born in Wisconsin, and I'm a Brewers fan at heart, but the Phillies are exciting, says Jet. Well, the Phillies are the better team. That's Nolan Ryan speed. That's, I would argue, even more. 1-2. That's outside for ball 2, but regardless, it's just insane. Two balls, two strikes to Luis Torrens, and the 2-2. The sweeper was a little bit down for ball 3. The payoff pitch on the way. Swung on and missed. The fastball was maybe just a hair outside. It came at 96, and Torrens was late. And there is out number 1. So there's one away in the bottom of the third. And up to bat next is Carson Benj. The pitch, swing and a miss. The splitter was at 89 miles per hour. A 259 average for Carson, 9 home runs, and 30 RBIs as well, along with a 722 OPS. The 0-1 delivery, and just misses a little bit inside for a ball. Don't forget that we got on this day in Phillies history when we go to the top of the 4th, and we also got trivia when we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. 1 ball, 1 strike. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss at 90 miles per hour. Once again, Jet, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. We were in Sunday's outing against the New York Mets, threw 104 pitches, went 5 2/3, and struck out 7. Also did allow 2 earned runs. The 1-2 pitch. That's down for ball 2. Phillies won 2 out of 3 against the Mets last weekend. They lost on Thursday, then they won on Saturday and Sunday. The 2-2 pitch, that will jam him, and this will be grounded over towards second baseman Stott, and he will toss it over to first on the 1 bouncer. And that's in plenty of time for out number 2. It was a good pitch there. Really was. Decided to go over towards the inside corner, and Benj just got jammed on the pitch. It's a fastball at 96. Got him right there. Here comes Juan Soto, who was robbed on a homer his last time up. If you did not watch that highlight, stop what you're doing right now and go watch that catch that Derek Hill made out in right center field. The catch of the season for the Phillies. The 1-0, and that'll be in there for a called strike. The 1-1 pitch. And that's down for ball 2. You doing good, bro? Yeah, no, I'm fine. Why is my energy a little bit down? I mean, when the 9th inning comes and you have all that energy, I mean, you can't have it all the time. You got to build it up. The 2-1 pitch. And that is a foul ball. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. They're showing a replay of that catch. That's what you call a center fielder. The 2-2 pitch to Soto, and that misses outside for ball 3. Oh, I appreciate it, man. I do. I appreciate it. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Wheeler kicks and fires, and a called strike 3 on the outside corner, and Soto will not challenge. It was a good pitch. A really good pitch to Juan Soto. Wow. Excellent stuff to Juan Soto. He got caught looking at a curve. He thought maybe it was going to be a little bit outside, but it was just on the edge. Zach Wheeler able to get it right over there, and we're going to go to the 4th inning out in Queens. All right, it is time for us to go to the top of the 4th inning, which means that now it is time for On This Day in Phillies History. Today, my friends, is June 26th. It is June 26th. All right, so here are some things that have happened on this day in Phillies history. 111 years ago on this day, Grover Cleveland Alexander threw a 1-hitter. He beat the Dodgers. The score of the game was 4-0. The guy that recorded the only hit, his name was Zach Wheat, and that was an 8th inning single. In 1991 on this day, a guy named Pat Combs, he was a starting pitcher, walked 5 of the 6 batters that he faced, all of whom would end up scoring. And that would set the stage to what was a 14-1 Phillies loss to St. Louis. In 2007 on this day, something really cool happened. Carlos Ruiz, and I remember this very, very clearly. Carlos Ruiz stole home on the back end of a double steal, and the Phillies beat Cincinnati 11-4. I saw that for the first time, and I was like, whoa, that's so cool as a kid. I was like, wow, you can actually do that? It was actually really awesome to be able to see that. That was one of my favorite highlights as a kid from watching the Philadelphia Phillies. I remember seeing that. I forget who was over at first, if it was Victorino or who it was, but that was awesome. Here's Brandon Marsh. He's 0 for 1. Grounded out in the first, 2 first. And the pitch. That'll be called a strike, a 4-seamer on the outside corner for strike 1 at the knees. 1-0 Phillies. Here's the 0-1 pitch. And the sinker is down the hatch for strike 2 at 93. Also on this day, Ryan Sandberg resigns as manager, citing the team's losses and pending executive changes. And third base coach Pete Mackanin took over as interim skipper. That was the 3rd time he had that role. I didn't know that. The 2-1, and that's on the outside corner for a called strike. So it's... Excuse me, the 0-2 pitch is fouled off. Wow. So it's no balls and 2 strikes. We're in the top of the 4th. We're good. Thornton gets set, kicks, and fires, and Marsh lines it foul towards the first base side. Just saw the catch by Hill. That was low-key tough. Told you to go watch it. I told you. No balls and 2 strikes to Brandon Marsh. Young robbed him on what would have been a 2-run double back in the first. The 0-2 delivery, and Marsh chases after a cutter off the plate for strike 3. That is the 4th strikeout of the day for Zach Thornton. The pitch to Derek Hill, and he fouls that off of his foot, and he's sitting up. Sitting right in the batter's box. That's got to hurt. Once again, Carlos Mendoza was let go of today by the New York Mets, and Andy Green ended up becoming the interim manager for the New York Mets. Just took on over. He was their bench coach. So we'll see if things do change. No balls, 1 strike. 1 out, top of the 4th. The Phillies took a 1-0 lead in the 1st inning on an RBI single by Bryce Harper. No balls, 1 strike, 10 seconds left on the pitch clock. Thornton kicks and fires. And that misses down and inside for a ball. Bauer, Tennessee, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate you, my friend. 1 ball, 1 strike, and the next pitch is down and inside for ball 2. An exciting team like this will get you some people to subscribe, for sure. For sure. But obviously, I got to do my job. The 2-1, and that's going to be lined foul over towards the left side. Soto will go on after it and just give it on over to a fan. But yeah, for sure. Obviously, if the team is doing well, that definitely does help the channel. But it's also really more about how do you make the most out of it and how do you present yourself. I'm just having fun. The 2-2 pitch, and that's a called strike 3 on the inside corner, 95 at the knees, and Thornton is able to get his 5th chair of the ball game, and Hill goes down looking on strikes. That's now back-to-back strikeouts for Zach Thornton. I mean, he could not have placed that any better. Here's a sweeper that misses up high for ball 1. And that's to JT Realmuto. The 1-0 pitch to JT. This ball will be sliced out over towards center field. On the run is Ewing, and he can't make the diving catch. It bounces right behind him. Here's the throw to second. It's off the line, and JT dives in there safely. Ewing did try to make a diving catch, and then it sort of hit the ground first, and then it bounced off his glove. He tried to trap it, and it ended up not working out in his favor. And so JT is like, you know what, I'm going to go for 2 here. And he took the gamble, and it worked out for Philadelphia. Charge! He really did try to go for the catch, but he just could not keep it out in front of him. It was a good try by Ewing. But now it's Bryson Stott's turn. JT at second. And pitch number 1 is down in the way for ball 1 to Bryson Stott, who's been hitting the ball absolutely well with runners in scoring position this season. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and that is taken down again for ball 2. He is 23 for 60 with runners in scoring position, and he has 34 RBIs, 4 homers, 9 doubles, and 1 triple as well. 2-0 is the count. Thornton trying to get out of the inning, and the 2-0 is off the plate. The cutter misses it yet again for ball 3. Donnie Baseball! Relax, baby! 3 balls, no strikes. The 3-0 pitch to Stott, and the cutter catches the outside corner for strike one. It's a 1-0 lead for Philadelphia. JT's over at second. Stott is in the box, and the 3-1 delivery is on the outside corner again. That time he went to the sinker, and the count is now 3-2. Thornton is living on the edge over the last two pitches. I would never say that during a traditional broadcast. He's painting the pitches on the edge. 3-2 pitch to Stott. Grounded over to first. Picked up by the first baseman, Jared Young. And he'll just take it over to the bag for out number 3. The Phillies leave yet another runner in scoring position. And we are going to go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Still a 1-0 lead for Philadelphia. Oh, boy. Hopefully they get some more runs. That'd be great. Other scores around Major League Baseball, chat. We'll do that right now. So the Philadelphia Phillies, of course, are up 1-0 against the Mets. The Nationals and the Orioles are scoreless in the bottom of the 4th out at Camden Yards. Texas Rangers and the Toronto Blue Jays, that game is going on. It is a 5-0 lead for Texas in the top of the 4th out in Toronto. Tampa Bay is up 3-1 against the Snakes, and that game is heading into the top of the 5th inning. Boston is currently shutting out New York. Boston took the first game last night of the series, and they lead it 4-0 as they're in the bottom of the 5th inning. The Cubs and the Brewers are scoreless. That game is in the top of the 2nd. And then you got the Pirates down 4-1 to the Cincinnati Reds in the bottom of the 5th inning. Detroit leads at 8-0 against the Houston Astros. That game is in the top of the 5th. Seattle and Cleveland are knotted up at 1 apiece in the bottom of the 4th. And then the Royals and the White Sox are scoreless, but that game is still early. It's in the bottom of the 2nd inning. And then in about 1 minute or so, the Rockies will be playing against the Minnesota Twins out at Target Field. You got the Marlins out in St. Louis tonight at 8:15 p.m. Eastern Time. The A's are at Angel Stadium. That game will be at 9:38 p.m. Eastern Time. And then the last two games, it'll be Dodgers and Padres at 9:45 and Braves and Giants at 10:15 tonight. Ronaldo Lopez is going to be facing Trevor McDonald. And that is what's going on throughout Major League Baseball today. Bottom of the 4th, 1-0 Philadelphia. Here comes Bo Bichette to the plate. The pitch. And that'll be called a strike over on the inside corner to make the count now 0-1. Bichette did strike out in the first. And his 0-1 pitch will be lined foul towards the right side. All-time favorite baseball player, chat. All-time favorite baseball player. Let me know down below. The 0-2. And that is down for a ball. The guy that's going to save the day is Mighty Mouse. You told me not to say it, but I said it anyways. 1-2 pitch, grounded down the left field line, and that is a fair ball. That's going to go all the way towards the corner, and Bo Bichette is going to jog on over to second base and get on with a stand-up leadoff double here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Looks like that he got a hanging sweeper that he was just able to keep fair down that third base line. Surprised that Bowman was playing that far off the bag. Not saying that he would have been able to make the play there, but he was a little bit further away than I thought that he should have been. But regardless, here comes Francisco Lindor to the plate. And the pitch. And that is a little bit outside for ball one. One ball, no strikes. The 1-0 pitch. That's off the plate again for ball two. It was a sweeper. That's not one favorite player. That's like three. 2 balls, no strikes. The 2-0 pitch. And that's going to be grounded over towards the right side. Scooped up by Bryson Stott. The throw over to first is in plenty of time. Bichette does maneuver over to third base. And there's 1 out. Tell you what, for the Mets, it really does mean a lot that they do have Lindor back. It was a big piece that was missing for them, for sure. Jared Young is now up to bat infield, playing on in towards the infield grass. And the first pitch to Jared Young is a cutter that's a little bit inside for ball one. One ball, no strikes. The 1-0 pitch, and that's going to be chopped foul. My favorite player is Chase Utley. He was my favorite player when I was watching baseball in high school. It's good. Ken Griffey Jr. Kruk. Cal was great. 1-1 pitch, and that is up high for ball two. I set my alarm here in Bangkok to listen to you, my brother. Bunch of Philly dudes. Go to a few bars. However, I dig the Philly vibe. Yes, sir. Nice. Tell all the Philly fans over in Bangkok that I said hello. I really mean that. The 2-1 pitch. And that is outside for ball three. If you meet other Philly fans. But that's so cool. Man, we're in Bangkok as well. Whew. Going worldwide. The 3-1 pitch. And that's a line drive hit out to right field, and that's going to get down for a base hit. And the Mets are going to tie this game up. That pitch actually jammed Jared Young, and he just sort of fought it off. It went over the head of Harper, and he floated it out to right field. And ties this game up at 1 apiece. Isn't it Murray Head that sang One Night in Bangkok? Isn't that the group Murray Head? Is that correct, chat? The pitch. This is going to be grounded back up the middle. Turner plays it on the ground, tags second for 1. The throw to first, and that's not in time. So that's going to be a fielder's choice. And A.J. Ewing just able to beat out the throw. Did he beat it out? Just got his right foot in there. Howard's mine. Ryan Howard is easily my favorite player that I've seen. You are correct. Murray Head. Yeah. Toss back over to first, and this time Harper is going to get Ewing in a rundown. Here's the tag over the second by Trey. And he doesn't mess it up that time. And the inning is over. So the Phillies do escape, but the Mets tie it up 1-1. We'll be right back in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. I will see you very, very soon. Alrighty, let's go. Hit the thumbs up button, hit the subscribe button as well, and turn on the bell icons too, folks. I had to take the hat off for just a little bit. It's getting a little bit hot up here, so. But yes, we are ready to go to the top of the 5th inning. We're tied at 1. Harper did give the Phillies a 1-0 lead on an RBI single back in the 1st inning. And then in the bottom of the 4th, Jared Young tied it back on an RBI single that would score Bo Bichette. So it's a 1-1 game. Each team does have 4 hits so far. Edmundo Sosa is going to lead off the 5th. And the pitch from Zach Thornton, and that is swung on and missed. That was correct. Nice. Haley, wait, you know that song? That's cool. No balls, 1 strike. Top of the 5th. And the pitch to Edmundo Sosa. And Sosa is going to pop this one up over towards the right side and foul ground. And that is going to be out of play. It's a good 80s song. My dad used to work for this company and had this little jukebox that he gave me as the 0-2 pitch. It swung on and missed. And so Thornton gets his 6th strikeout of the ball game, and Sosa chases after it. And there's out number 1, and Trey Turner is up. It was like an MP3 player. The jukebox itself had over 2,000, 400 songs. This was way before streaming. And that was one of the first songs that I listened to. The pitch to Trey Turner. Fly ball hit out over towards deep center field, but it'll stay in the ballpark as backing up is Ewing right in front of the Delta sign, and he will make the catch for the 2nd out. Turner took it for a ride, just not able to get it on out of there. And so there's 2 up and 2 down. Your uncle was a huge 80s fan. Nice. Nice. Two outs, top of the 5th. And here's the pitch to Kyle Schwarber, and that misses down for a ball. But that's how I got into the Mamas and the Papas, Linkin Park, Fleetwood Mac, the Beatles, the Cars, I don't know, Evanescence. 1-0 pitch to Schwarber, and there's a high fly ball hit out over towards right field, but this will stay in the ballpark as well, and Ewing is there to make the grab for out number 3, and we're going to go to the bottom of the 5th. Ronnie Mauricio, Brett Beatty, and Luis Torrens are going to be coming on up to the plate. But yeah, CCR was also on there. Robin Trower. Who else? The Gorillas. A lot of good bands. Muse, Pink, Fish. Yeah. That was cool. That was before streaming. I used to love to listen to that too. Can someone explain to me how Cohen didn't go to jail for insider trading? I don't know. I have no clue. I got into all those bands in high school. I saw Linkin Park at the TLA for $10. For $10 before they got big. That's really cool. That's so cool. Wow. But yeah, I do appreciate my music. All right, folks, in case you're just tuning on in, my name is Jason Joseph. This, of course, is Play-by-Play with JJ. The Phillies have not provided much offensively, but please make sure that you guys do hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. Every Wednesday, what we do, chat, is we do P.O. Box openings. So if you guys want to send gifts or letters over to my P.O. Box, you most certainly can. I'm going to provide the link down below. We open up your gifts during the 5th inning on every Wednesday. So if we get mail or something from the P.O. Box, we just open it live on here. And it's so cool. It's really awesome. We've gotten some really cool things from the P.O. Box. My very first gift was this. I got a Phillies mug, which was awesome. Jack gifted me the media books, the media guides, and we got a jersey from Jack as well. And we've gotten some awesome things. But if you guys want to send some stuff, you most certainly can. You obviously don't have to, but I even just love looking at the letters. Like, I like emails, I really do, but letters, there's something just about handwritten letters that I just love. It's just personal. So the address is, as the first pitch is grounded over towards second, and the throw over to first is in plenty of time for out number 1, and Brett Beatty is up. And Beatty's first pitch is going to be outside for a ball. The address for the P.O. Box is this right here. It is play-by-play with JJ, P.O. Box 6, Gibbsboro, New Jersey, 08026 is the zip code. Here's the 1-0. That'll be fouled back towards the screen by Brett Beatty on a four-seamer at 95 miles per hour. 1 ball, 1 strike. Wheeler gets the signs, kicks, and fires, and it's outside for ball 2. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. The next pitch, swing and a miss. The Angels announced that the club appointed John Mozeliak as baseball operations consultant, serving as interim GM after relieving Perry Minasian of his general manager duties. That just happened a couple of minutes ago. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Brett Beatty. The pitch, and that is fouled away. You saw Floyd at the vet. My dad did too. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 3 seconds left on the pitch clock. The 2-2 pitch on the way, swing and a miss. And there's out number 2 here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Let's get back to baseball. What, you don't like the conversation about music? You don't like music? We've had 3 straight emotional wins, so we need great pitching and solid defense to pull this out to 7 wonders. Here's the pitch. This will be chopped towards the right side. Played on the hop by Bryson Stott, and the throw over to first is in plenty of time. And we're going to go to the 6th inning. All right, it's still a 1-1 ball game. Harper, Bohm, and Marsh are going to come on up to the plate for Philadelphia. And they'll be right back. Oh, boy. Tomorrow, pitching for the Philadelphia Phillies, by the way, chat. Just wanted to make sure that I mentioned that tomorrow it'll be, tomorrow it's going to be Alan Rangel, and then you got Jesus Luzardo on Sunday. Then the Phillies come home to play against the Pittsburgh Pirates from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And it'll be Aaron Nola pitching against Braxton Ashcraft, Christopher Sanchez versus Bubba Chandler, Zach Wheeler versus Paul Skeens, and then Alan Rangel versus Jared Jones. What's Liberace? Liberace? Aerosmith's great. You prefer letters in cursive, says Benny Hill. I like letters anyway. Any way that you look at it. Really. I love letters. Send me a letter. Oh, boy. All right, let's go, baby. Come on, let's go. Gotta get some runs. Gotta get some runs as we go to the 6th inning. An RBI single for Bryce Harper back in the 1st. Phillies started off the ball game with 3 hits. And Harper will step on into the batter's box, and he will lead off the top of the 6th inning. It's a 1-1 game. Here's the pitch on the way to Harper. That's going to be chopped foul over towards the right side. Can I have a shout-out, says Jay? Of course you can! What's up, Jay? How you doing, man? The ball's 1 strike. The 0-1, swing and a miss. The 0-2 to Harper, and that is fouled off over towards the right side. .69 total pitches for Zach Thornton. He has settled in pretty well. And the 0-2 to Harper. This is going to be grounded back up the middle for a base hit, and Harper's going to get on with a leadoff single for Philadelphia. And that'll put him over at first base. All right, drop those Phillies emojis, baby. Charge! Here comes Alec Bohm. Bohm struck out and lined into a double play. That was unfortunate. The double play happened his last time up. Harper's at first. And Bohm is up. The pitch to Alec Bohm. Flied foul and out of play. Over towards the right side. The Phillies are 9 games above 500. Their record is 45-36. They're 1 game above the Chicago Cubs in the NL wildcard race. They actually lead the wild card. The pitch. And now it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Thornton kicks and deals. And Bohm's going to ground this over to third. The flip over the second, there's 1. The throw to first, and that is an around-the-horn double play. So Bohm lined into a double play his last time up. This time he grounds into a double play. And there's 2 gone with bases empty. 5-4-3 got on top of the pitch. And Brandon Marsh is up with nobody on. 3 seconds left on the pitch clock. Marsh is 0 for 2. The pitch. And that'll be in there for a called strike. Every game he does this. What's worse, a strikeout or a double play? The 0-1. And that's inside for a ball. One ball, 1 strike to Brandon Marsh. The next pitch is a sweeper, and he swings underneath it. And the count is 1-2. Thornton gets set right at the Mets letters, and the 1-2 delivery off the plate for ball 2 to Brandon Marsh. And the count is now 2-2. The windup and the pitch, and Marsh chases after a cutter that was outside, and that is strike 3. We will go to the bottom of the 6th inning, still tied at 1. And the Mets are going to come on up to the plate. Carson Benj, Juan Soto, and Bo Bichette are going to come on up to the plate for New York. So stuff that has happened in this game so far. Well, just 1 run for each team. Bryce Harper had an RBI single in the first. And then in the bottom of the fourth, Jared Young had an RBI single, but forgot to mention that Juan Soto got robbed on a home run by Derek Hill in the bottom of the first inning. Hill brought it back in. He made an excellent catch and really made a game-saving play with how things have been going. So that's been really cool. We got 485 lovely people tuning on in. In case you didn't know, we cover not just the Phillies, but we also do the Sixers, the Eagles. We also do other baseball content as well. We'll be doing Sunday Night Baseball. That'll be really cool. We've done 41 Major League Baseball games that have been non-Phillies games. And we also did 23 World Baseball Classic games as well. We're just pumping out content. We are definitely pumping out a lot of content and just trying to do what's best for the channel. And it's been so much fun. It's been great. You know, one of my favorite baseball memories that I will always have in the back of my mind forever and ever. Pablo Sandoval hit a foul ball where we were sitting in the Hall of Fame level, and somebody over towards the left side of us made the catch. The pitch, and that's up high for a ball. And he saw my brother, and he gave the foul ball right over to him. I had an older brother who had really severe special needs. His name was Mitchell. As the 1-0 is going to be popped up out over towards center field. Derek Hill can't find it. Marsh comes running on in, and he will make the catch. Nice play there by Brandon Marsh. And there's out number 1. And so anyhow, it was really cool that he was just able to give that foul ball to my brother. And my brother really liked that. That's why I say baseball is just an incredible sport. When you see people that are like that, it's just so cool. What's your favorite baseball memory? That was a really good play there by Marsh. Derek Hill was like, I can't even find it. And the lights are so bright over there. It's so easy to lose track of a baseball. Here comes Juan Soto, and he gets a four-seamer at 95. That's fouled off over towards the left side, and out of play. And the count is 0-1. So Benj flies out over towards center. And it was caught in right, or by the right fielder, Brandon Marsh. One ball, one strike, and Juan Soto is in the box. The 1-1 pitch, and that misses outside for ball 2. So it's 2-1 to Juan Soto. 3 seconds left on the pitch clock. The 2-1 delivery, and they'll try to see if he went around. Did he go? I don't think he did. The count is now 3-1. Nice. Very nice. Going to Old Yankee Stadium to see Griffey play before Interleague. Oh, that's cool. 3-1 pitch. Grounded towards the right side. Played on a hop by Stott, and the toss over to first is in plenty of time for out number 2. That's really awesome. He smacked 2 homers in that game. Two outs, bottom of the 6th. And here is the pitch to Bo Bichette. And this is grounded over to third, picked up by Bohm. He will set his feet, throw it over to first. And that's in time for out number 3. We're going to go to the top of the 7th. It's a 1-1 game. And Derek Hill, JT Realmuto, and Bryson Stott are going to come on up to the plate for the Philadelphia Phillies when they do return. That's really awesome, man. That's so cool. That's when I started to love sports. I wanted to see what this was. I worked at Walmart, and we often sat around talking about the Phillies when it was slow. We had a retired guy, a bunch of his students, and some middle-aged guys. We had all these people who connected because of baseball. And see, that to me is like really cool. That's when I really started to love sports. I love that. I do. I like that story. I like to ask these questions, because especially like when it comes to just like low scoring games like these, like you have to, I like getting to know you. I really do. I think that it's really cool that we all get to know each other a little bit more. Now, obviously, okay, you focus on calling the game, sure, but when it's a low-scoring game and there's not much going on, you got to keep people entertained. And if there's not much going on, that's what I like to do. So I like it when you guys open up and share stories, because I'll even get people. Somebody actually messaged me like a week ago, and they're like, I like how you actually do open it up and have conversations and allow people to just be able to share their experiences, because that is what baseball is all about. They said that in quotes. And I think that that's so true. Von Hayes landing in my lap at a first base box while chasing a foul ball. Did that actually happen to you? That's crazy. JJ, are we going to have to wait in the ninth inning again? We might. We might, man. We totally might. But we'll see. We shall see. Oscar Brazaban is now going to pitch for the New York Mets. 33 games, a 4-1 record, and a 1.82 ERA as well in 39 2/3 of an inning. 17 walks and also 37 strikeouts. And Derek Hill is up to bat. Here's the first pitch to Derek Hill, swing and a miss. Brazaban has been really good out of the bullpen for the New York Mets. His ERA is at a 1.82. And the 0-1 to Derek Hill. Grounded over towards the left side. Diving stop by Beatty. He gets up. He fumbles the baseball. And Derek Hill is going to be safe over at first. Another inning where the leadoff man gets aboard. Can the Phillies try to get over the hump here? We shall see. George! So the leadoff man gets on. And up to bat next is going to be JT Realmuto. JT is 1 for 2 with a double back in the fourth. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. And the pitch grounded over towards the right side at first base, and they'll check the runner at second. But instead of throwing it over to second, they're just going to have the easy out over at first base. Hit right over to Jared Young's way. He played it on the ground and then just took it over to first to get the easy out. Derek Hill is over at second now. And Bryson Stott is up next. So one away, the pitch to Stott, and that misses off the plate. It's a changeup at 89 miles per hour. Caleb's here. What's up, Caleb? Hope you had a great birthday, my friend. 1-0 pitch. And that is outside, not by much, for ball 2. We're at 275 on the likes. 495 people watching. Let's go. The 2-0 pitch to Stott. And a sinker at 96. That's in there for a called strike. Yeah, I'm excited about that, too. The collab with Dr. Delay is going to be cool. 2 balls, 1 strike, with 1 away in the top of the 7th. The 2-1 pitch. And that's off the plate for ball 3. Was a changeup at 90 miles per hour. Stott is 1 for 5 against Brazaban. And the 3-1 misses outside for ball 4. And the Phillies will have runners over at first and second base with 1 out in the top of the 7th inning. They're going to pinch hit Edmundo Sosa. They're going to take out Sosa, and they're going to have Justin Crawford come on in for Philadelphia. Let's see how this works as we have a timeout here on the bump. A bunt, yes or no? Bunt, yes or no? Back in the day at Phillies camp, we got to tour the locker room at the vet. That's so awesome. That's really cool. Are you from South Jersey? Absolutely. Absolutely I am. 2 runners on, 1 away. Top of the 7th, just outside of Philly. Why, can you tell? Yes to the bunt, no to the bunt. Okay. Crawford is up to bat. First pitch, and that's down for a ball. It was in the dirt. It's 1 ball and no strikes to Justin Crawford, and another timeout taken on the bump. One ball, no strikes. And here's the pitch to Crawford, and that pitch is fouled away. Was a little bit low. So that makes it 1 ball and 1 strike to Justin. It's a 1-1 game. Top of the 7th, and the 1-1 pitch. Fouled off towards the left side and out of play. After the game is done, we have a post-game show. You guys get to call on in, 610-314-0844. We cover Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles games. We also do other baseball games as well. The 1-2 pitch to Crawford, and a called strike 3 over on the inside corner. And Crawford goes down looking on strikes. Thought that was going to go a little bit inside, and he sort of bounced out of the way. But that was indeed a strike. That he moved a little bit. That was a good sinker that Brazoban threw. Just not the pitch that Crawford anticipated. 2 outs, 2 runners on. The pitch to Turner. And the changeup is low at 91. To make the count now 1-0. Here's the pitch. Check swing, he went around. And the count is 1-1 now. That was way inside, by the way. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. You doing the Dodgers game tonight? Tonight, I'm going to try to relax. With all the editing and everything, I'm going to try to relax a little bit. 1-2 pitch. Line drive, base hit out to left field. Can the Phillies take the lead here? Here comes the runner all the way to home plate. It's Derek Hill. And the Phillies do go out on top 2-1. Just got it on by Francisco Lindor, and Hill was sprinting all the way to home plate. Here is Kyle Schwarber. The pitch to Kyle, down for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Drop those Phillies emotes. Donnie baseball, baby. Nice. Derek Hill is having a great game. He is. He's had a great 3 games. What are we talking about? 1-0 pitch to Kyle. Line drive, and that is caught over at first base by Young. He catches lightning in a bottle, and the inning is over. Hard contact there. Schwarber unsuccessful, but Trey Turner successful as he gets on with an RBI single. And we're going to go to the bottom of the 7th inning. All right, folks, it is time for Phillies Trivia. I'm going to ask you a Philadelphia Phillies Trivia question, and if you get it right, you will hear this. If you get it wrong, you will hear this. The challenge, though, is you got to get it in the span of 30 seconds. Okay, so the question that I have for you is this. Okay. In the 1980 World Series, who ended up getting the save in Game 6? That's the question that I have for you. Who got the save in Game 6 of the 1980 World Series? The timer starts right now. Let's go. 30 seconds. 20 seconds to go. Let's go. 15. 10. 9. Tug. Nice job. Nice job. Tim got it first. Hardcore got it second. Yes, sir. William got it third. Love it, love it, love it. Yes, sir. Love it. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Tug McGraw is correct. Nice stuff. Nice stuff. Woo! Here comes Francisco Lindor. Lindor is 0 for 2. Flied out, and he also grounded out as well. Wheeler gets set and fires, and the fastball catches the top tier of the zone for strike 1. The count is 0-1. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe. If you guys want to check me out on the socials, my link tree is going to be posted down below in the live chat. I just put the timer out there, so just click on this. You should see this right here. That's my link tree. 1 ball, 1 strike. By the way, Marsh is in left, Crawford's in center, and Derek Hill is in right field. The 1-1 pitch from Wheeler, swing and a miss. That was a nice curveball that he threw in the dirt to Lindor. 81 pitches for Zach Attack Wheeler. Lindor tonight hitless in 2 at-bats. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. And Wheeler's 1-2 on the way. And that is popped foul and out of play. And the count is still 1-2. We got 525 people watching. We're at 289 on the likes. Please hit that thumbs up button. Let's go. Smash that thumbs up button, baby. 1-2 is the count. Lindor is still in the box. The 1-2 delivery, and that is just foul tipped out of the glove of JT. Tim McGraw. A little bit of a different guy. We were at 20 pitches in the first, 12 in the second, 17 in the third, 13 in the fourth, 8 in the fifth, and also in the sixth. And so far, 5 in the seventh. It's a 2-1 lead for Philadelphia. And Wheeler comes set, kicks, and fires. And that pitch is outside and low for ball 2. Jay's here. What's going on, Jay? Make sure that you guys go subscribe to Jay. Absolutely. Make sure that you guys go do that. His channel is Cerebral Palsy Gamer, and he does an awesome job. 2-2 pitch. Line drive hit out over towards left center field. On the run is Crawford towards the alleyway, and he will make the grab for out number 1 in the bottom of the 7th inning, and Lindor is retired. There we go. I'm going to make sure to drop his link down below. Where is it? There he is. There he is. Nice stuff. Make sure that you guys go check out my friend Jay. Does an awesome job. He covers football. He also does wrestling as well. And he has a really, really cool podcast too. The pitch. That's going to be ticking for a ball. There's his link. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Swing and a foul tip again by Jared Young. Why does the Mets bullpen look like a dungeon? Looks can be deceiving. They do have a really good bullpen. 1 ball, 1 strike. The 1-1 pitch. Fly ball hit out over towards right center field. On the run again is Crawford, and he will make the grab for 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th inning. It's been a fast game so far between the both of these teams. 2-1 Philadelphia. I'm doing really good, Jay. I'm so happy to see you on here, my friend. Very, very happy to see you. Two away, bottom of the 7th. Wheeler kicks and deals. And the pitch is low for a ball at 87 miles per hour. You think he goes one more inning, chat? Yes or no? One-zero pitch. Outside for ball 2. We just passed 300. Let's go. Nice. 2 balls, no strikes. Wheeler kicks and fires. Swing and a miss at 95 miles per hour. His pitch count is at 91, in case you're wondering. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. And the count is now 2-2. Went to the cutter, and it worked. Over towards the top tier of the zone on the outside edge. Here is the next pitch, and that'll be in the dirt for ball 3. The splitter, not even close. I hope not. He's done enough. Well, do you really trust the bullpen? 3 balls, 2 strikes. The payoff pitch from Zach Wheeler, and that's a cold strike 3. It looked a little bit low. Ewing will challenge, and he will challenge this pitch. That was definitely low. And instead of the inning ending, it'll be a walk. And AJ will go over to first base. So a 2-out walk allowed by Zach Wheeler. Oof. Good try by JT to frame it, but it definitely was low. Here comes Ronnie Mauricio to the plate, and Mauricio is going to foul off the splitter. Each team does have 2 ABS challenges. Phillies do have a 2-1 lead. 7 hits for Philadelphia, just 4 for New York. The 0-1 to Mauricio, and he fouls that one away right behind home plate. And the count is 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. Wheeler gets set at the Phillies' letters. Tosses it back over to first. And the throw is not in time. Wheeler kicks and fires again. And that's fouled back towards the screen again. The splitter was off the plate, and Mauricio made some contact and fouled it back towards the screen. Mauricio, 25 years old. The toss back over to first by Wheels. Not in time again. He signed with the Mets as an international free agent back in July of 2017. The 0-2 to Mauricio. Swung on and missed. He went after the high cheese fastball. And the inning is over, and we're going to go to the 8th inning. Jeez. All righty, time for us to go to the top of the 8th. 2-1 Philadelphia. And with that, we're going to go raid. We're going to do a very, very quick raid. Okay, let's go say hello to Dr. Delay. All right, let's go say hi to Dr. Delay. I'm going to drop his link right down below. And you guys should go over and subscribe to his channel. We'll be right back in just a few moments. Thank you all so much for going over to Dr. Delay's channel to go subscribe over to him. He does a really fantastic job. He does just what we do. And you should definitely go check him out. He covers the Pirates, the Steelers, the Penguins. He also does March Madness. He does college football. He does NFL football. And he does a lot of content, a lot of sports content on this channel. All right, so we have a brand new pitcher coming on in to pitch for the New York Mets, and that'll be Cionel Perez. And Bryce Harper will face him. Harper today 2 for 3 at the Phillies on the board in the first with an RBI single. It's a 2-1 ball game. Phillies are up by a run. Top of the 8th inning. Harper versus Perez. Perez, that is. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. It is no balls and 1 strike. We have a timeout here right in front of the plate. Looks like that. That was foul tipped into the glove, but then I think it got, I don't know, like his hand, Torrens, had a little bit hurt there. He was sort of shaking it off. I don't know if something got stuck or what, but it's going to put the glove back on, the mitt back on. So it's no balls and 1 strike to Bryce Harper. Harper's in the box, the 0-1 high at 98 miles per hour. Harper's average is 286 with 5 homers and 20 RBIs in the 7th inning or later. And the 1-1 delivery, swing and a miss on a 99 mile per hour fastball that was above the strike zone. This Mets bullpen has been really, really strong. The 1-2 pitch to Bryce Harper, and that is down in the dirt for ball 2. The 2-2 to Bryce Harper, and that's a broken bat fly ball hit out over to right field, and a diving catch made over in right. Are they going to call it a single off the bat of Harper? I don't know. That was pretty close. It may have hit the ground. Benj tried to make a diving catch. They rule it as a single, and Andy Green might take a look at this. Nonetheless, Carson Benj gave it a great try. I think it actually did hit the ground first. Let's look again. Came on running on in. It bounced first. It definitely did, and Harper gets on with a leadoff single. Wow. All right, that was, again, from the aerial view, it was really tough to tell. Question was, did he catch it? And the answer was, no, he did not. And so here is Alec Bohm coming on up for Philadelphia. The leadoff man is aboard. And here's the pitch to Alec. Chopper hit back over towards second to tag. To second, there's one. To throw to first, there's two. And for the third time today, Bohm has hit into a double play. He lined into a double play in his first at-bat, and then he grounded into two. That is just an awful day for Alec Bohm. Every time Harper gets on, he just hits into a double play. Also struck out in the first two. And so here's Brandon Marsh. And the pitch. That's a swing and a miss. And the count is 0-1. Really. I mean, just unbelievable. No balls, one strike to Brandon Marsh. And the pitch is down and outside for a ball. There's Orion Kerkering. He will pitch the bottom of the 8th inning. And if the Phillies are in a save situation, Duran will pitch the 9th. The 1-1 pitch popped up over towards shallow left field. On the run is Lindor, and he makes the catch over the shoulder and makes it look so easy. Time to go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Not a lot of offense in this game. It's a 2-1 ball game, though. And the Mets are going to come back on up to the plate. That was a really good catch by Francisco Lindor. I thought maybe he was going to drop, but Lindor got to the spot in just the nick of time. And there's 3 away as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. All right, chat, let us know down below where you guys are tapping on in from. Where are we tuning on in from, chat? Let us know down below. Who's here? Who is here? That's now 12 double plays that Bohm is grounded on into. We're at 308 on the likes. Over 200 of you have not hit the thumbs up button. Let's go. Make sure that you guys hit that like button. Washington State's in the chat. What's up, LK? Kagoshima, Japan, says he. What's going on, my friend? Mark tuning on in from Philly. We got opinionated one from Sri Lanka. What's going on? Shane from Ohio. 7 Wonders tuning on in from Psychotic State University. Psychotic State University. William from Nashville. We got Gone from Cincinnati, Ohio. What's up, Gone? Palm Harbor, Florida, says William. Andrew from Pennsylvania. Patty from Elton, Maryland. I almost said Elton from Maryland. We got Boothwyn, Pennsylvania. Steven is here. Good to see you, Steven. Southeastern Pennsylvania, says Marty. High five to you. I did. I pronounced it correctly. Let's go! Here's the pitch, and there's a high fly ball hit out over to deep right field. Hill's on the run and makes the catch at the knees. That was a bullet, and Derek Hill knocked it down and just was able to get over to that baseball. And there's one away. Derek Hill doing it on the defensive side of the diamond. Unbelievable. One away, bottom of the 8th inning. And now it's Francisco Alvarez who's going to come on up to pinch hit for the New York Mets. Let's go. All righty. Continue to like and subscribe. Alvarez is up. A .258 batting average, 8 homers, and 18 RBIs as well. Kirk is on the bump, facing Francisco Alvarez. Oh, the Reds took the lead. Oh, it's too bad. 1 ball, no strikes to Francisco Alvarez. Here in the bottom of the 8th inning. He'll wave the bats. Kirk gets set above the belt and below the Phillies letters. And the 1-0 pitch. There's a swing and a miss. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Alvarez has homered before last night. He homered in 3 straight games. Next pitch, here it comes. That's a called strike, and this will be challenged by Alvarez. And that is a strike. The call is confirmed, and the Mets are down to 1 ABS challenge. One and 2 is the count. Kerkering gets set above the belt and below the letters. Kirk kicks and fires, and the sweeper is down and away for ball 2. Can you believe that he's hit into 3 double plays today? One of them he hit sharply, but the other 2, just awful. Boom, that is. The 2-2 pitch. Popped foul and out of play into about the 10th row. Right behind the first base dugout. Two balls and 2 strikes. The 2-2 pitch and a swing and a miss. Orion Kerkering challenges him with a fastball at 97, and there's out number 2. It was towards the high part of the zone, and good for Orion Kerkering. Great pitch. Really good pitch there. 2 outs, bottom of the 8th. Carson Benj is up, and the sweeper will catch the outside edge at the knees for a called strike. Carson is 1 for 3 with a single. That came back in the first. The ball's 1 strike, and the 0-1 delivery is a splitter that's in the dirt and inside for ball 1. Really seems that like Orion has been doing a lot better for Philadelphia. And he's bringing it back on in, which is great. The 1-1 pitch. That was a beautiful sweeper. Swing and a miss. Swung right over the top of it, and Benj got nothing but air. Orion is 25 years old. Got called up when he was 22. 1-2 pitch. Popped up, hit out over towards shallow left field. Bohm is there on the grass, and he will make the catch, and it's time to go to the 9th inning. Orion Kerkering gets himself a hold, and we go to the 9th. The Phillies lead it by 1. Can they get some insurance? We'll see. Drop a Phillies emoji down below. If you're rooting for the Titans, drop a 1 if you're not a member. We got to get some more runs here. Got to get some more runs. Oh boy. Drop those clocks. Let's go. Love it. Excellent, excellent stuff. It ain't time yet, but it might be. He might be coming. Let's go. My Philly freaks. How we doing, baby? That's how I start off my shows. And actually, after every single game, every time the Phillies win, that's what I'm going to say. I figured that out after I did it the first time when they had that comeback. Actually, that was the second time that they had the comeback, so. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Magic 9 ball. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. See exactly what you did there. Memberships, by the way, are $2.99. Yes, they are. Just $2.99. That's all that it is. If you guys want to become a member, you most certainly can. You get access to all these cool emojis, just like Donnie Baseball. Here is Derek Hill. I think I need a sound effect for that. The pitch, and that's going to be fouled away. That's fine. It's exciting. Yeah. Get another W. Let's score a run this inning. Let's just win this game. Alvarez is now catching. No balls, 1 strike to Derek Hill. The 0-1 pitch to Derek Hill, and that is going to be in there for strike 2. Relax, baby. It's Donnie Baseball. The 0-2 pitch, and that is up high for a ball by Perez. Perez is still pitching. We'll see if Derek can get on here. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The 1-2 pitch and a called strike 3 at 99 miles per hour. And there's 1 out in the top of the 9th inning. I was just going to say, wouldn't it have been something? 3 nights in a row for somebody to homer in the 9th inning? Like, that never happens. I wasn't going to say it in the moment. But gosh. JT is up to bat now. 1 away, and the pitch to JT, line drive caught. It was a bullet hit over to first. I mean, Young is just in the right spots at the right times, it seems, against these Phillies hitters. Another hard-hit shot, and JT just couldn't put it in the right spot. And here comes Bryson, who's 0 for 2. He walked back in the 7th. And he'll come on up once again. Perez kicks and deals. And the fastball is above the zone for ball 1. Get ready to drop the spiders. One ball, no strikes. Perez kicks and fires. Swing and a miss. That was at 99. It was a 4-seamer. And Stott was late. The 1-1 pitch. And a called strike 2. Right on the outside corner. Do we have our spiders ready? One ball, 2 strikes. 2 away, top of the 9th. Bryson Stott is up to bat. The count is 1-2. Perez kicks and fires, and Stott is going to line this one out over to left field. That'll get down for a base hit. It takes 1 hop in front of Juan Soto, and Stott goes the opposite way with a And Crawford is the next man up. Good to see you guys on here. We got a post-game show after this. Charge! 2 outs, top of the 9th. Runner over at first. Crawford's up to bat. And the first pitch, he'll chop it foul over towards the third base dugout. Love the 3D. Oh, I love it. The balls, 1 strike to Justin Crawford. Stock got on with an opposite field single. He's at first base. Perez looks back at first, now back to the plate, gets the signs from Alvarez. Back to first again, and now back to the plate, and the pitch is down for a ball. Stott's going to go. The throw to second is off the line. And Bryson Stott able to get another swipe this season. You got an excellent jump there. He is swiping bags left and right this season. And he has just been terrific on the base pads for Philadelphia. So now he's at second. Crawford is still up to bat. The 1-1 pitch. Chopper hit over towards shortstop. Played on the bounce by Lindor. The throw to first in plenty of time. And the inning is over. And it's time for the Tarantula to come on in and shut the door. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. The Phillies looking to win another one. Drop the spiders! Drop them, baby! Drop your spiders, drop your insects, drop everything down below for the Tarantula! It's time! Bryson Stott's now 16 for 16 on the bases. All right, folks, hit the thumbs up button. Subscribe to the channel if you love my energy, if you love the vibes, if you love the Phillies. Subscribe to the channel. It's free. After the game is done, we have a post-game show. Make sure that you guys tune on in for that. 610-314-0844 is how you dial on it. Yes, indeed, it is. Look at my chat. All full of insects, all full of spiders. I used to be afraid of spiders. I still am sometimes. But I am never afraid of the tarantula. Absolutely not, because the tarantula's on my side. But I'll tell you this, opponents probably are afraid of him. It is what it is. 28 games for the Tarantula, 19 saves in 20 opportunities, and a 1.69 earned run average. This is Donnie Baseball, baby. Here comes Juan Soto, and he will lead off the bottom of the 9th. He'll be ready to step on into the box. But first, Duran is going to put his hat back on. His pitch comm device is working. Soto's 0 for 3. He got robbed on a home run in his first at-bat. He also struck out, and he grounded out. Bottom of the 9th. Duran kicks and fires. Pitch number 1 to Soto is down, but did he go? Did he go? They say yes, he did. I'm surprised. Emil Jimenez said that he went. I'd like to see a replay. Regardless, the count is 0-1. Duran kicks and deals. And the splitter is low for a ball. Get out of the shadows and subscribe to the channel. It is free, my friends. It is absolutely free. The 1-1 pitch, and that is down for ball 2. It's 2 balls and 1 strike to Juan Soto. Duran kicks again and deals, and the splitter is in the dirt. It's now 3 balls and 1 strike to Juan Soto. Got to be careful here. Soto has only faced Duran twice. The 3-1 pitch grounded over to second. Played on the hop by Stott. Tosses it over to first, and there is out number 1. Can't believe that he got him to hit that pitch, and actually Soto got on top of it. I mean, he was ahead in the count too, and Soto just not able to come through in that spot. And it's Bo Bichette's turn to come on up to the plate. Bichette is 1 for 3 with a double in the 4th and a run scored. Here's the pitch, and that is inside at 97 for ball 1. The splitter didn't catch the inside corner. The 1-0 pitch to Bo Bichette. Grounded over towards third. Backhanded by Bohm. Steps back. Throws it over to first. And there's out number 2. 2 up and 2 down on 7 pitches by the Tarantula. The splitter's working really well over the last couple of pitches, I'll tell you that. Here comes Francisco Lindor. He's the tying run. 2 outs, nobody on, bottom of the 9th. Phillies trying to put the Mets to bed. First pitch, outside at 101 for ball 1. One ball, no strikes. Duran kicks and fires, and the next pitch is on the outside edge of 100 miles per hour for a called strike. And that'll make the count 1-1. Five seconds left on the pitch clock. The 1-1 pitch, and did it hit Lindor? No. It was way inside, though. The count is now 2-1. That sort of slipped out of Duran's hand. So I say that was the last thing that you want to do there. How did that not hit him? That bounced right in between him. 2-1 pitch, line drive, and that is it a fair ball? I think it is. Lindor's going to get on with a single down the right field line. And so a 2-out single there. The exit velo is at 103.9, and now I guess they're rolling a foul ball. Lindor's sort of putting his hands up, and the umpires are going to review this. That was called a foul ball, but then you saw Lindor go over to first. Let's see again. That's a fair ball. It's absolutely a fair ball. This should be really quick. So that should be a 2-out single for Lindor down that right field line. I thought maybe Harper, first of all, had a chance to catch it. Not able to do so, though, looking at the replay. That was a bullet, though. So that should be a 2-out single. Again, the umpires have the earpieces on. That was challenged by the Mets. Huh. All right. Well, Lindor gets on with a 2-out single. Originally, it was called a foul ball, and it was clearly fair. I don't even know why it took them that long to be able to look at that. So now the tying run's over at first, and the winning run is up to bat, and that's Jared Young. There's 2 outs, though, bottom of the 9th. Young is in the box. Duran kicks and deals, swing and a miss on a high cheese fastball at 99 miles per hour. No balls, 1 strike to Young, who had an RBI single back in the 4th. Duran gets set at the belt, kicks and fires. And the next pitch, that'll be called strike 2. This will be challenged by Young. That looks pretty close. Hit the upper tier of the zone, possibly. Was it a little bit high, though? Let's see. It was. It was high just by less than 1/10 of an inch. So instead of it being 0-2, it's 1-1. Lindor's over at first. Duran trying to get out of the inning and get the save. The 1-1 pitch inside for ball 2. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike to Jared Young. Come on. Duran gets set, kicks, and fires. And that pitch is in the dirt. Really good snag there by JT. And the count is 3-1. He just said, wow. That was a big play by JT. That ball went on into the dirt, and he backhanded that perfectly. Couldn't have done it any better there. 3 balls, 1 strike to Jared Young. And time is called by Duran. Come on, get out of it. 3 balls, 1 strike to Jared Young. 3 seconds left on the pitch clock. The 3-1 pitch, here it comes, and that's going to be lined foul, and the Mets are down to their final strike. All right, here we go. 3 balls.
That time he did, and he's
3 balls and 2 strikes. Here we go. The pitch on the way. That's a called strike 3, but this will be challenged. It looked a little bit high. Let's see. Nope, it's a called strike 3. And the call is confirmed. And Duran gets the save. The Phillies have won 6 of their last 7 games. And the Durantula turns out the lights. Ring the bell, the Philadelphia Phillies win. Time to celebrate another W for the Phils. And by the way, that's their first win at Citi Field since September of 2024. They just snapped a 10-game losing streak here in Queens. The magic carpet ride continues, baby. Let's go! I'll take it. Jet Alaska with a 5. Jet! We did it, Jet! Thank you, my friend. Wasn't pretty, but it's another W. Thanks for being the best play caller on YouTube. I appreciate you very much, my friend. Wow. And thank you so much for the 5 and the other 5 before as well. Really means a lot. This one was a game where the Phillies offense just didn't do much. But they did enough, and the bullpen did an outstanding job. And, you know, I could say that my MVP is Zach Wheeler, and I can understand why people would go with that. Not saying that he doesn't deserve it, because I see the case in point. He pitched very, very well, and you don't win this game without him. I could also say that Trey Turner gave the Phillies the lead, and that ended up being the game-winning RBI. And he also had a pretty good day today. But my MVP for today Derek Hill, baby! Derek freaking Hill. Juan Soto comes up, and he thinks that he has it all. And I even thought that he got it. I was like, there's no chance that's going to be caught. And then here's a little speck on my screen that just comes like out of nowhere. And he's just flying on by towards that right center field wall. Leaps up, times it perfectly, makes the catch of the season, and pretty much saves the game right there. And that, to me, deserves MVP votes as well. And also can't forget about that nice catch that he made in that 8th inning as well over on the track, because that I thought was going to be a double. And he made a nice catch there when they moved him out to right field. Dirty baseball just pushes the right buttons. Relax, baby. But Derek Hill is my MVP. Yes, he is. And he also ended up getting on with that infield single, too. Yes, he did. And he scored the game-winning run. So that guy's my MVP. You're telling me that this guy hits 2 homers in the 9th inning, right? 1 2 days ago, 1 last night, and then today he makes the catch of the season and robs Juan Soto on a home run? Like, that was really game-saving stuff. If he doesn't catch that home run with how things went today, that ball game is over. Just is. And Wheeler pitches differently. So Derek Hill is my MVP for tonight. But again, I can understand why people would say Zach Wheeler, understandable. The bullpen, outstanding stuff. And we'll talk more about the bullpen when we get to the other side of things. But wow, this was not the sexiest win in the world, but this was another needed win. And it was just actually really nice to see the pitching step up and Zach Wheeler going as far as he did, because it just goes to show that the team is finding ways to win, and they're doing it not just through their bats, but through their pitching as well. And that's awesome. Orion pitched very well in that 8th inning. The sweeper and the fastball were just such a great duo. And the splitter from Duran as well. That was big. Also, I want to make sure that I mention this too. After the single was allowed by Duran, how about that nice block by JT? Literally having that in the dirt. That thing, usually he's not able to make that block, and he's not able to catch that. But not only did he block it, but he caught it and did an excellent job, really just sliding his feet towards that splitter that was in the dirt. And he did a great job catching that. If Lindor goes over to second base there, then we have a different game as well. So, big stuff, big defensive plays, big time stops, And that's what they needed tonight. And they squeezed it out, and they got the W. Drop your one word down below to describe this game as well. Yes. That's unbelievable to me. This is going to go unnoticed, but the Phillies are now 10 games over 500. 10 games over 500. Yes. I want a Derek Hill jersey. Yeah. Nah, he has been unbelievable. My one word is yes, says Elaine. I like that. That's a good one word. My one word today is Hill. Yep. I really like that about this team, though. That's what they're doing. They're finding ways to win. They're finding ways to win. Another nail-biting nerve-wrecker. But they got it done. And you know what's great, chat? Even in these one-run games, a lot of times, like, they're winning these games. We really haven't seen them blow it late in these one-run games. Like, they usually, for the most part, they've been doing their job, which is just insane. But anyhow, another one, as DJ Khaled would say. Bulletproof. I like bulletproof. How about Donnie Baseball? He might. Maybe the one word to describe this game is a raffle. You get to play center field. You get to play left field. All right, now we're going to shift, and then you're going to play center, and we're going to slide Derek Hill out over to right field. It could. That's an interesting one. A raffle. All right. With that, I'm going to take a very quick step off. We have a post-game show, 610-314-0844. That is how you dial on into the post-game show. And I will see you on the other side. We'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. And, yeah, more to talk about, more stuff to go on over with this game. But, you know, again, it wasn't the sexiest win, but they got it done, and they did it out in Queens, and they did enough. And I was very impressed tonight with the pitching. So I will see you very, very soon. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung on, barreled out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
Another day, another W. And you know what? This one did not require a lot of offense, but the pitching is what really carried them today. And we're going to break it all down. First and foremost, welcome on into the Phillies postgame show here on Play-by-Play with JJ. Make sure that you guys hit the thumbs up button and hit that subscribe button as well. And also turn on the notification bell icons too. Before we get over to the phone lines, I just got to say again, like, this was one of those games where I actually thought that the Philadelphia Phillies really just did an excellent job pitching, and Zach Wheeler looked really good today overall. Now, obviously, he got help from his defense, and Derek Hill just made just an incredible catch out in center field. I still don't even know how he caught that. Like, that catch was really awesome, and I'm going to be the first to say this, and it might be a little bit early, but I owe Dave Dombrowski an apology when it came to this whole move to get Derek Hill. I thought that this was a low-risk type of a move and that this was going to be a guy who just plays like pretty good defense but wasn't really going to make a big impact on the team. This guy's impact is just through the roof. Even Bryce Harper said yesterday that they are feeding off of Derek Hill's energy that he is providing because he has really just been such a difference maker in that clubhouse. And you watch him again today, just make some sort of an impactful play out in center field. He is jumping up and down, and Marsh is going over to high-five him. Zach Wheeler is smiling, and he's clapping. Like, they just love playing with each other, and they are not afraid. And to do that against Juan Soto, Soto's looking at him like, wow, just giving him that little look. And we're talking about Juan Soto. To just be able to do that, that's got to make you feel so fired up and just so amped up after a play like that. And he has just been rising up to the occasion. He's been living up to the moment, and he's doing these things in clutch situations. Now, in the first inning, okay, we can argue, and we can say, well, that wasn't really in the clutch. But I'm sorry, anytime you rob somebody on a home run, especially if there's no score, it's just unbelievable. It's insane. Yeah, this team is grooving. This team is grooving, and Zach Wheeler today pitched very, very well. I was really happy with what he was able to do. I thought that he was throwing a lot of strikes today. His four-seamer was looking really good. The cutter was also looking really good as well. And this team just found a way with Zach Wheeler. Unfortunately, he didn't get a lot of run support, but he did get 2 runs, and he got his 8th win of the season. He's now 8-1. And he did what you needed him to do. I really liked how in that 4th inning, after Young got on with that single, and they got Bichette over to second base, and he gave up the RBI single. He got Ewing to ground on into a fielder's choice, and he was able to get himself out of that because Ewing also got picked off over at first, and that really made things a lot easier for sure. But yeah, no, Zach Wheeler pitched very well. The pitch that he threw to Brett Beatty to get him to strike out on, that was a splitter that was just down low, but it had a lot of really good movement to it. Just really good stuff. If Zach Wheeler is your number 2 with Christopher Sanchez as your number 1, gosh, your 1-2 punch is just unbelievable. You have a great 1-2 punch. And that's all that you can ask for. Bryce Harper tonight had himself a really good night, too. It was, I don't want to say that it wasn't loud, but it also wasn't quiet. I thought that he did really well. The RBI single that he had in the first inning, he's just fired up. Like, something is different about Bryce Harper right now. And I feel like that we're getting, like, the best version of Bryce Harper at this moment in time. And the energy that he's bringing is just awesome. This is the difference of what Rob Thompson baseball and Donnie baseball has provided. There have been times tonight where this team took chances. JT extended a single right into a double after A.J. Ewing tried to make a diving catch out in center field, and the ball just got a little bit by him. He missed the diving catch, and he got up, and he took second base. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Under Rob Thompson this year, they don't do that. They're not taking chances. Stott even stealing that base in the 9th inning, like they're not running. Stott's running so much more under Don Mattingly, and this team is taking more chances, but they're being smart. That's the difference. They're not just taking chances, they're being smart with what they're doing on the bases, and they're not afraid. Does that make sense? They weren't really doing that under Rob. And tonight, the difference ended up being small ball. And sometimes, like, look, your offense is not going to put up 9 runs every single night. They're not going to. I mean, this team scored 15 runs in the 9th inning in the very last series. That's just not going to happen all the time. Even though I thought maybe Derek Hill would hit another home run in the 9th inning for his 3rd night in a row, which would have just been insane. But back to my point, though. I just love how this team was able to just find a way again to win. And the Mets, I actually thought were going to take this game because I thought that they were holding the Phillies and they were still in it. And this really was a testament to the Phillies bullpen with Orion Kerkering and also with Duran. I mean, I didn't really have any fear with Duran out there, but with Orion going out there for the 8th inning, he looked great. He looked really good. Orion overall has had himself a really good year, and good for him to be able to bounce back after his bad performance that he had in his last game. Really liked what he was able to do because he did not look good in his last game, and we were complaining about him getting the win there. His second to last game, I should say. His last game, he actually looked pretty good because that was the game where he gave up the leadoff double. And then he struck out 2 batters and ended up getting out of the jam. But no, overall, Orion Kerkering has been pitching very, very well for this Phillies team. And I love it. I absolutely love it. 610-314-0844. That's how you call on into the show. This is just one of those games where I really don't have like too much to say. This team was really quiet today offensively. But overall, when you get the job done and you find ways to win, and for you, again, to snap what was a 10-game losing streak out in Queens, and again, this is the core that we're talking about. And usually, a lot of times, I don't usually like to look back like into history, but this team has been playing out in Queens for a little bit of time, and they have the same core, so the core found a way to get it done. The core found a way to get the job done. So, and Turner also started off the game with that double, and then he got on with that RBI single too. Made a big impact today offensively. Still have problems with him defensively dropping or making that bad throw over to first in that rundown. But made up for it. Definitely made up for it. So, those are all my thoughts from today. Somebody is stepping up besides Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper. And you're starting to see that more. Bohm had a bad day today. Alec Bohm had just an awful day, getting into 3 double plays. But yet, other guys picked up the slack for him. The pitching picked up the slack, and the offense, again, did just enough. I think just enough is the best way to describe this game. And they rack up the wins. If we actually take a look at the standings right now, chat, the Braves, I know, are going to play in just a little bit, but the Phillies are 3.5 games behind Atlanta now. Not really surprised. I was telling people, I don't think that this division race is over. Like, there's plenty of baseball to go. People were calling me crazy. They're not done. They're absolutely not done. Their run differential now is +5. Which, when you look at it in the grand scheme of things, you're like, so what? But context matters. Again, this team was 9-19 to start off the season. And ever since then, they've been 37-17. 10 games over 500, chat. They were 10 games under 500 under Rob, and now they're 10 games over 500. The floor is yours. Call on into the show. 610-314-0844. I want to hear from you guys. I want to hear from my Philly freaks. Let's go! Absolutely, I do. So call on in. And now it's your turn. How you feeling after this win? Okay, here we go. So here are the stat lines from tonight's game. I'm going to post them right now. All right, we got 484 over on the line. 484, you know, they didn't put up a lot of runs tonight, but they got the job done, and it was just enough. How you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic. It's Craig.
What's up, Craig? How you doing, man? Good to see you.
Yeah, I can't complain. I mean, look at the pitching. I mean, you know, the offense, you know, they came up, you know, they did good. You know, you were talking about Hill. He is doing really good. You know, I can't complain about him at all. Yeah, you know, there's just so much potential for our team. I mean, we are on such a roll right now that if anybody bickers and complains about our team not doing so much, and or we're not going to be there at blah, blah, blah. I don't want to hear about the bickering and the moaning, you know, because at the end of the day, you know, they're still humans, you know, but you know, they find a way to win, you know, and they're getting there every day, you know, every day. I mean, how many wins is this in a row?
Six
too
of their
many
last
on
7.
one finger.
6 of their last 7.
Yeah. I mean, and I was thinking about it. I was like, man, you know, and you get the you know, the tarantula out, and bam, I mean, signed, sealed, delivered. Yeah, the game's ours. You know,
Absolutely.
I mean, yeah, there was a lot of pros and cons to the game. Trey Turner, you know, there was a lot of, you know, Harper, you know, he was good. You know, there was a lot of, there was a lot of positive energy from this game that'll carry on into the future. And I don't think, some of the Philly freaks, like you call them, like look into it and go, you know what? If you look into it, how do they win that many games? Especially in
Small
the
ball.
ninth.
Small ball. Donnie baseball, baby. You got to relax.
Exactly.
It's Donnie baseball.
Yeah. Take a step back and you let your starters take it over. Don't worry about, some of the, starters that went down to AAA and, stuff like that. You just relax, you just, take a step back and, take a sip of water and you're like, all right,
And you just chill.
and that's the Phillies.
And you just,
absolutely.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Craig, thanks so much for calling on in, man. I really appreciate you. I love it when you call on in. Just, you know what they do? They just have to keep racking up these wins. Go out there, win the series tomorrow. Hopefully Rangel does good. Hopefully the Bats do better tomorrow. That's the other thing, too. But you know what? The Bats are allowed to have an off day. It was just nice to see them win in another way, especially because their offense has just been great and their bullpen really hasn't been so good. So today you got to just see 2 innings out of the bullpen, and the starting pitching did really well. So let's try to get the win tomorrow.
Yeah, well, we definitely need to make sure that, the offense is, better tomorrow.
Yes.
Than it was today. I'm not saying that, one run isn't going to win you a baseball game. What I'm saying is,
you can't rely on it all the time.
If you're down by a couple, look at the ninth innings that the Phillies have been coming, from.
Absolutely.
Mean, come on.
No, I agree.
Don't doubt this team.
Agree.
Don't count them out.
I totally agree with you. I will talk to you tomorrow, my friend. Always a pleasure to talk to you. Let's go. See, that's the type of energy that I love. That's the type of energy that I love. Drop an MVP for Craig down below in the chat. Yeah, they're finding ways to win. And I still feel like that even though the offense didn't do much tonight, I just know that when they have to come up with a response, they've been doing that. They've been finding ways to come up with the responses when they've had to, and they've been answering the bell. And that is what really matters to me at the end of the day. They left a lot of runners in scoring position today. They were 3 for 12, and they left 7 men on base. Turner did good at the plate. Harper also did very well today at the plate, too. Ended up going 3 for 4. But, yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow. I like how the top of the lineup is starting to hit more. You're starting to see more hits from Trey Turner. He's raising his batting average. It's now up to 235. Bohm, besides tonight, he's been hitting the ball much better in the clutch. And so has Bryson Stott, too. So, with that, we're going to take a call from Virginia. 804, you are on the line. 804, how you feeling after this win tonight?
Feeling great. JJ, this was Derek Hill's game.
I agree.
That catch was unbelievable. It's obviously it saved 2 runs.
It did.
But so I don't know what to say. It was just fantastic catch. Obviously the pitching. Hey, you got to win the 2-1 game.
You do. You're not always going to win. You're not always going to win when you score a lot of runs, and you got to win ugly sometimes. You just have to win ugly.
Mm-hmm.
So
absolutely.
And see, the other thing too, John, I was just going to say that the other thing too is that Derek Hill, if Soto hits that home run, that changes the game.
Yes. Absolutely changes the game. I mean, he was 2 feet above that home run and it was fantastic.
That was a Spider-Man catch.
Oh, yeah. And,
Yes,
of course, Duran, he always comes through for us. You know that.
Yes. No, he shuts it down. He shuts it down. That's the other spider. We got two spiders on this team.
We absolutely do have two spiders. JJ, I love you. I'm going to sleep good tonight. I'm going to let some other people get a chance to talk.
Yes,
Take
sir.
care, my man. You are the best.
You too. You're my Philly freak. Let's go.
Right. Let's go.
Let's go. Shout out to John. Yes. Great call. Oh, great call. Again, like, I'm not like, I follow this content creator. Her name is Maya Higa. She does an awesome job with their animal sanctuary. I've become like better when it comes to insects. You know, like I'm trying not to be as afraid of spiders, and obviously not trying to crush them. You know, those types of things, but try to do better for conservation. But man, spiders still scare me. But Duran and Derek Hill, they definitely do not scare me. I'm just happy to have them on this team. Absolutely. Yeah. I did want to say that there was something that I saw. This is from the NBC Sports Philadelphia graphic. When scoring first this year, courtesy of them, again, the Phillies are 34-10. I talked about when the Philadelphia Phillies have the lead, how they've been able to hang on, and sometimes we complain, and sometimes we say, oh man, like that sucks. And this is getting really dicey. Do you guys realize that they've only lost one game when they've led after the 7th inning? And that game was when Duran blew it against the Blue Jays. That's it. They've won every other game when they've been leading past the 7th inning. That's remarkable. That is remarkable. 34-1. And when a starter goes 7+ innings, they're 12-1. That's impressive. And again, you have to win ugly. You're going to have close games. And they did everything that they had to do today. The other play that I also have to give Derek Hill a lot of credit for was on that line drive that was hit out to right field. I've seen Brandon Marsh or other players out in right field, when that ball is hit over towards that front corner, they don't know how to judge it. He judged it very well and actually ended up holding Lindor to a single. Could have been a double if he, if he overruns that route when the ball is hit over towards that near corner and it just bounces right there and it sort of skips by him, and he sort of jumps a little bit. He reacted perfectly to that. It's those little things that are just stuff that go unnoticed that I try to grab it under the carpet, and I'm like, no, those things add up. Those things make a difference. Because that adds up. And that's why they won. That's how they got the W. And it was great. I wish that they would have gotten more out of Zach Thornton. I thought that with the way that things were going in that first inning, it looked like it was going to be a long day. I thought that they were going to put up a lot of runs in that first inning, but he settled in very well. I give him credit because he did great. Brazoban usually has done very good out of the bullpen for them. And for Trey Turner to get that RBI single, that ended up being huge. They don't quit. They fight. And they give it everything that they have. That is what I love about this team. They're heavy hitters and deserve to be stacked the way that they are. When you're trying to make sure that you get runs, it's not a bad idea. Having more than 2 guys you don't want to pitch in a row, it's amazing. It's amazing, man. Plenty of teams have that back-to-back. Stanton and Judge, Altuve and Jordan, and it used to be Judge and Soto as well. Schwarber and Harper, great duo. I would argue and say that they're one of the best duos as well in the National League. I agree. All right. Well, short and sweet tonight. Thank you all so much for tuning on in. I really do appreciate that. Let's go to this screen right here. So, yeah, we'll be back on tomorrow afternoon. The Phillies play at 4:10 against the New York Mets. We are going to do a redirect. We'll see who is on right now. But that was, again, like a nice win. They got to rack them up somehow, and they got the job done. Wasn't the sexiest thing, but it also was a win. And I am very impressed with how this pitching staff did today. I actually am really happy that they won this way. Not saying that I wasn't tired of them putting up all those runs, because I love that, and I want them to continue to do that, but it's important for you to be able to also rely on your bullpen. And the bullpen, let's be honest, the bullpen wasn't really pitching so well against the Nationals. Really. Like, the bullpen was such a problem, and the offense saved the bullpen, chat. But tonight, the bullpen saved the offense. And that's what ended up happening. So, all right, let's see who's on. Let's see who is on right now. Looks like that we got, who's on? Hardcore Sports is on. We'll go say hi to Rising Rhino, shall we? We'll do Rising Rhino. Yeah. Rising Rhino is on for the CFL. The Toronto Argonauts are playing, so we'll redirect over to him. I love you all very much. I'll see you all tomorrow afternoon. We got a late afternoon game out in Queens. Rest up. Get another series win. Lila Tov. And I will catch you all on the next one. Peace out, my friends. Love you all. Good night.